Hey everyone, we are to the second stage of the knockouts and it's going to be absolutely brilliant. I can just feel it in my bones. Was that Elvis? Who said that? I don't know. Maybe Elvis, or was that just my imagination, which has called it Elvis? So it's the quarterfinals. It's day 2. We'll have a look at the results soon and we'll see what players need to do to take it to the playoff. A massive thanks to everyone who's come along here already into the stream. So you can see the camera is looking pretty darn sweet today, right? That's a good image we've got going, a lovely little image. So I'm hoping it will stay like that. Fingers crossed. A couple of things. I want to go through and say hello to some of the regulars in the chat. So if I miss your name out, no offense meant. I obviously go to the people who subscribe first of all because you know they get the VIP treatment. Chess Dude Guy, happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to everyone who's out there. I hope you have a great day. Isn't this the day you got rid of the Brits? Hello to Moobot. I'm joking. Hello to Barbary Macaque. And if you don't know who Barbary Macaque is, that is Blair, who's nursing his head a little bit today, but he was absolutely fantastic on the stream yesterday. Blair was absolute legend. Haspario, Jen's Chess, again, all these great regular names. Aldo, no Blair today. We've got to give him a day off occasionally, Aldo, but don't worry, we can have some exciting guests. They might not be quite in the category of Blair, but they're going to be exciting. Now, by the way, Blair, I would like to say you have an open invitation to come back. We'd love to have you back here at any moment. So, you know, that would be lovely, basically. Hello, Mvl Smizlov, and Andy is Yoda. Who else have we got here? Alexander Waters and Chess Dude Guy, and also massive shout out to String Dog, who is Lewis, who's producing the show. And you know, we've had our ups and downs with some faults at my end, but he's doing a fantastic job behind the scenes. And before we go on, I just want to tell you some stuff that's going on. Now, we did go a little bit crazy at GingerGM, but we didn't actually mean to. You know, it's Black Friday, and we thought, okay, we'll run a sale, right? I mean, why not? And I instructed people to do a sale on 50% off our big items, so like our collection, 50% off. But we actually got it wrong, and we've done 50% off everything, which I thought, oh my word. So even if you buy an individual DVD, you can get a DVD now for like £2, which is pretty insane. And we're just giving it away. I mean, what is wrong with us? So, you know, if you go over to, this is a great opportunity. It's going to go on a couple of days. If you want to check out some of the instructional stuff that not just I've done, but other people, go to gingergm.com, have a look at the shop. There's loads of fantastic authors, and use the code GingerFriday50 when you check out, and you'll just get 50% off, which is a good deal. Come on, it's a blooming good deal. You can get over 100 hours of footage for some ridiculous price now, and it will keep you going for ages. So that's something very interesting. Also, Discord. If you want to get part of the community, we're trying to build up Discord here, which I haven't really been aware of, but Discord's somewhere we can all have a chat. I'll try to pop in there, and it's going to be like a little social club for us all, so we can all talk a load of rubbish and, you know, nonsense and have a bit of a laugh, you know. And when I'm back drinking again, I'll start posting some weird drunk talk in there probably. So go and join that. That is below. It's free to join, obviously. Who are and Al, you can never make Aldo happy. Only 50% off. I mean, what do you want? Do you literally want me to give you my clothes, my car, my house, which I rent, so I can't really give that to you? You know, what do you want, Aldo? What do you want? My soul? There's only so much you can have. Only so much. 50% off is, you know, it's pretty darn good, I think. I've already got 50% of my clothes off Mvl Smizlov. You just can't see which 50% is off. What car do I drive, says Alexander Waters. Well, I actually drive an old Range Rover that just failed its MOT, and it has to be scrapped. So I don't know what I drive at the moment. So yeah, there we go. And who are the guests going to be today? Well, rumor has it we've got two illustrious guests joining us, and which two guests are, well, which is the most illustrious out of these two, do we think? We have Lawrence Trent. That is one illustrious name. And then we have Peter Svidler, who is also a very illustrious name, 8 times Russian champion. Lawrence Trent is 8-pint champion when he gets warmed up, 8 bottles of wine champion. So both of these guys are going to be joining us at various points during the show. I'm going to be doing it on my own for other moments as well. Hello to oh, well done, Jens. Jess, it's great to hear you're supporting Alex and Fiona. And hello, Fiona's in the chat. Awesome. Good to see Fiona's in the chat. They did a great course on the Caracan, and you can get that for £10, 6 hours. You can learn the Caracan. You can, when you download it, you can watch it on your iPad, on your phone, when you're laying in bed. It's really quite handy. So that's fantastic that you brought that. Thank you very much. Hello, Captain Bunratty, very good friend of mine as well, Jerry. So that is brilliant. Buy our DVD. Yeah, go and buy Fiona's DVD. Go on. We've got to support each other here. And now I think we can talk about the chess, right? Well, first of all, I did make a purchase the other day, which I'm really happy with. It means I can go on less breaks. I've got a nice little cup, and look at this bad boy. Look at this bad boy, right? Look at that. Look at that bad boy, eh? Look at the size of that. That is filled with some nice herbal green tea and other bits and bobs. So that will keep me going. That will keep me going. Yes, I just have to make sure I don't pour it on myself. Okay, so now we're going to look at the game. So, like I say, we've got some cool guests joining in. And what is happening? Well, let's have a look. First of all, Anish versus Magnus Carson. And just before, I have to say, basically the show today, I saw Anish followed me on Twitter. Whoa! Thank you, Anish. So I'm Team Anish. I am definitely Team Anish today. Magnus Carson won yesterday, but Anish had some great chances. And for the first 3 games of the 4, it seemed to me like Anish was the better player. Anish was kind of outplaying Magnus. Magnus won the 4th game, and that won him the job. So I want Anish to do well. There's nothing against Magnus, but I want to see it being a close match. In the next roundup, we got Jan Nepo versus Leveronian, and this is I build this as being one of the closest matches. Jan, one of the most dangerous players, best players currently, and Aronian's just Aronian. You know, what can you say? He's maybe never quite got to his potential as he could be world champion, but he's always got a chance. Aronian won yesterday, so Jan needs to win today to take it to a playoff. And we'll discuss that more a little bit later. Rajabov, oh my words. Rajabov was a monster. He was unbelievable yesterday. He played some of the best chess that I've ever seen. He was so good. He played with black. He won both his games of black against Wesley So, who used to be world number 2. He was absolutely incredible. So Wesley So needs to win today to take it to a playoff. And last but not least, we have Hikaru against Mvl. And Hikaru lost against Mvl yesterday. So Hikaru needs to win today to take it to a playoff. So how do you take it to a playoff? Now, if the losers of yesterday lose today, that's it, they're out. If the losers of yesterday win today, it goes to a playoff. It's 4 games today, like yesterday, and it's the same time limit as yesterday. It's about 10 minutes plus 10 seconds, something like that. It shows that I've done my research and I can't remember anything from yesterday. Typical. But it's this kind of mix between rapid play and blitz. So you get some good quality games. And who are you guys shouting for? Who are you guys shouting for today? So who do we want to do the business? Who do we want? Who do we want? Well, let's have a look. Chessmaster Fisher, Team Hikaru. Blair, I think Wesley can win today if he grinds it out. I think that's a very good prediction. One thing where Wesley went wrong is Complications. Wesley should try to play more positional today. I totally agree with that. Puzzle of Life is saying Geary. Nothing more I'd like to see than see Geary do well. That'd be absolutely brilliant. Rooting for Simon. Well, thank you. I mean, I just going to do the best I can here, surviving as we go. And I mean, shall I tell you who personally? I mean, I told you I want. I like a close match, and I don't have any. Some of the players I know more than others, I guess, but I wouldn't say I'm particularly close to any of them. Maybe MVL I know the best and maybe closest to. He's a lovely, lovely guy. But I'd like to see Anish bring it to a playoff, because that's going to be hot stuff, that game. I just need to get some notes out, just remembered as well, so we can take some little notes of what the highlights are. This is where the Costa could go crazy. Don't do it, Simon. It's going to go wrong. There we go. The game should be starting any second, by the way. Well, we've got a couple of minutes yet. Jan against Leveronian. I would like to see this. I mean, I've got the utmost respect for both players, and I like both of these players. I mean, Ronian is a really nice guy. I know him a bit, and Jan I actually played. I don't know what year it was, but it was at least 10 years ago, maybe more than 10 years ago. I was playing in the European Team Championships for a club, an English club, and it was in Austria. Ulf Anderson was board 1. I was board 2. And Keith Arkar was, I think, board 3. And me and Keith went to the pub, as you do, and where a lot of chess players went. And we ended up drinking a lot of shots and etc. and beer. And we ended up playing not just Jan, but we ended up playing, it was England versus Russia. And we ended up at like 2 a.m. playing Jan, Grizchuk and Tkachev at Blitz for money, 3 of the best Blitz players in the world. But they were giving us like time odds of, I think, our 5 minutes against their 1 minute or 2 minutes. And it got up to like €100 a game at one point. So that was, I think Jan was quite young then, right? He was quite young. But I would like to say we did take their money, 5 minutes to 1, have a bit of respect. So that was, but they were really nice, and we had a great laugh. Fun little night in the pub playing Blitz. And Jan, I really like as a player, and I really think he's got great expressions. He's a brilliant player, and he has a cool cat, Richie the cat. So I'm a cat guy and a dog guy. So I'm hoping he will level the score. Next one, we have Rajabov against Wesley So, and I just think I love to see Rajabov progress. Why? Because I feel. A couple of reasons. Number one, I think he's played the best chess. He's played amazingly aggressive chess, going for the win, tactics. He's played like a hacker. I've loved his style of chess. So I want to see him doing well. But also, I think he's been a bit hard done by the candidate situation, which we have discussed in the past. Oh, yeah. Mikhail Smyslov says, just reminded me that Aronian has this cool dog. Oh, my words. I forgot about that. What's the name of Aronian's dog? What's the name of Veronian's dog? I can't. Poucho or something. And I have to say, I just remembered that. Veronian's dog is so cool and so sweet. So I'm also like Team Aronian. Don't get me wrong. You cannot be Team Aronian. I mean, so that's going to be quite cool. Hikaru versus Mvl. Well, as I mentioned before, I'm saying I'm friends with Mvl, and he's a really nice guy. So. But Hikaru is a great chess player. So this one, I'm like, I'd like to see, I'm going to be honest, I'd like to see MVL probably do it. But I really appreciate Hikaru's chess, and I'd like to see, I'd like to see him do, get some interesting positions on the board, I think is what I see. Mickey Dead Guys is saying, is it Ponchik? His dog is fat, needs a diet. Well, Charlie the Chess Cat. I don't know if Charlie the Chess Cat is in the chat actually. I have to say to our producer, we did actually get a webcam set up with Charlie the Chess Cat, which maybe we can get in the show in future, which would be pretty cool. But they're off, so it's 4 games today, and the time limit it's 15 minutes plus 10, of course. What's it? Kokiki. Wow, trash talking on Hikaru. He's going to remember that and trash talk you back. what did I say that was any trash talk? If you think saying I know MVL better and I'd probably like him to win is trash talk, then you are mental, basically. Mr. Goulash is Chess Patzer. Oh, timed out, Mr. Goulash. Okay, well done. I don't know what you said, but I have full belief that it was worth it. We do need to get Charlie the chess cam. We'll get that working tomorrow. Let me just have a look. I do admit I'm a bit mental. Very true. Well, you're not the only one. It's better to be mental than sane, right? Is that right? I don't know. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm actually just going to see. While we just keep an eye on this game. Again, I've got nothing against Hikaru. He's a great chess player. If I would like to see, I want to just see if we can get Charlie cam working. I'm going to just see. I'm going to send a message, see if we can set that up. Charlie's an old cat now, so he's a little bit chubby around the edges, as we all are. Well, as I am. Everyone, you know. Yes, we're going to have basically Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler are popping on later on, and I think Peter's going to be here today and tomorrow, and that's great news in a lot of ways. And you know, well, obviously, I mean, really great guests, and also Peter's going to be moving to pieces, which I'm very happy about. I can give my wrist a bit of a break and just chill out and watch Peter's fantastic analysis. But the games are going now. We're going to start with Rajabov versus Wesley So. And they're banging out the moves. And if you look at the time already, they are both up on time. So I'm just going to show you the moves. Now, remember, Wesley So needs to win today. If it's a drawn match, then Rajabov, if it's 4 draws, Rajabov goes through. We have a Queen's Gambit, the Tarash variation. This is a very popular line of the Queen's Gambit, very fashionable nowadays. I don't like this line for black, but it's personal taste. And now, after this exchange, this is actually a very sharp variation, this one here. Generally, black doesn't play this. So I think with this move, we can see that Wesley's basically saying, I need to play a bit sharper today, or at least I need to have the initiative. The normal move is to take back on d5. But this one can get quite gambity. Let's have a look. Queen takes, pawn takes, and now e4 is one of the safer ways of playing this. And now we get this ending, which a lot of players are playing now. And I've actually played this as black, because I didn't really know what I was doing. By the way, massive thank you to Shadow Knight there. That is so kind of you. Any support is really appreciated. There's so many good chess channels now. This one's, I would say, a little bit more lighthearted. We have a little bit of a laugh. We try to get a bit of chess analysis in, but we can also get drunk as well if we just feel like it. You know, we just have that side where we're not really a professional kind of stuff. We can do whatever we want, which is pretty darn cool, right? God, I'm sounding American by saying that. Well, thank you, Shadow Knight. Is very, very kind. And let's have a look. So this ending is quite a typical ending, where white is going for a small advantage, and this is again something I've studied a bit as black. And now bishop c4 is one main move, but bishop g5 is another move. I don't know this move so well, and you can see why white's trying to claim a small advantage. It's because, okay, white's a pawn down, but black's pawns are doubled, horrible. Black has moved his king already, so we can try to get an initiative against that, as happens in the game with castles, kingside, check, queenside. And if white can win this pawn back, which he normally does, there's a bit of pressure here. So it actually on the surface looks really bad for black. But it's if black knows what he's doing, it's generally thought to be okay, and you just need to be quite well prepared in this line. Simon, I thought you were on the dry. I am on the dry. I'm having my look at that. That's not vodka. I'm saying we can have a drink when we want, but that doesn't mean I am having a drink when we want. This is called, what's it called? Oh God, what God was supposed to give us? Oh no. Oh, why my brain's gone to mash. Where we can make our own decisions in life. you know what I mean. I remember when I was at university, that was my first ever paper, philosophy, free will. I was going to say self-will, and I thought, what is self-will? That's not the word. Self-will, isn't that will self? Then I was thinking Will Self, who's the famous author, and I thought, where am I going with this? And I thought, I'll get back to the chess. Much better. Yes, that's it. Free will. That's what I'm thinking about. Free will. And now after King E7, let's just get up to date with the position. We have opposite coloured bishops, and now White's pieces look quite pleasant, right? There's an immediate threat of taking there when there's some pressure against the king. So bishop e5, and I'm sure this is still Wesley So's preparation, but now we have just a little tactical sequence. Knight takes here and f4. And White is going to take the bishop on e5 with the advantage, I would say it's an advantage of the bishop and a better pawn structure. Now, this is must be something Wesley has prepared, but I think this is quite a clever strategy from Rajabov, right? I mean, you're White, you're playing for a very small advantage without too much risk. You shouldn't lose this position as White. I can see everyone now is talking about free will versus determinism. Do you believe in free will? Of course, I have no choice. That's a good little take on free will. And we even have Nietzsche. Was that Nietzsche in there? Free will to do anything as long as the girlfriend agrees. Oh, Nietzsche. It actually sounds like something Nietzsche might say. But I remember doing my first philosophy paper on that, free will versus determinism. My words, that was a while back now. What, 20 years ago? 20 years ago, maybe, I think. Yeah, it was a while back, definitely. Anyway, after f4, what is Black going to play? Well, I imagine Black plays king somewhere, because you can't let us take this for free, can you? So this looks like the most natural move, but I don't know if it's the best. And now we have to take the bishop, and then knight takes here. And the question is, does White have an advantage? If he does have an advantage, how? Okay, this hasn't happened, so a different strategy has occurred. Rook d8 has occurred. So now if we take here, we're going to be a pawn up, but Wesley must have some idea of how he's going to, okay, this has occurred. Rook here, guarding the pawn. I mean, you know, my first impression is this is quite comfortable for White, but if Black can just take this pawn back, his king is very well positioned for the ending. And the knight in the middle is actually quite a good piece. It's not maybe worse than the bishop. A knight in the middle of the board can be very, very good. You know, I'm talking about the pawn structure, that these two pawns are weak, which could be a little bit of an issue. But g2 can also become a target on the g file. So the rook can come to g8 and attack that one. So all in all, I think this position, I want to go to the other games. Rajabov should be quite happy because he only needs to draw the match. And here, he's like equal to slight advantage, but there shouldn't be much risk for a player of his abilities to lose this. So I'm thinking he's happy the way this has gone. But also, how does actually Black get this pawn back? That's the other thing I'm just thinking. I suppose if we move this bishop at all, but even then, you know, you can take with the king, and it's not clear how you get this pawn back. So I'm intrigued. But let's update the other games, because wow, what's happening here? This is crazy. And again, this is Anish must still be in his theory. Now I'll whip through the moves at the speed of light, and we have a Italian game, and this is all very common stuff that we're seeing here. And Geary must have some ideas in mind. I remember Gawain Jones of England playing this line with White, both sides getting their pieces out quickly. I want to get to the current position, so we're not going to dwell too much on these moves. And now Magnus trying to go for counterplay immediately. And I feel in these positions, f6 or f5 is really important to play. And I've noticed this in other games. If you don't move this f pawn, this e pawn's too strong. And later on, White can try to get a pawn to f5. If you can imagine White can get a pawn there, White is positionally winning. So, for example, if white ever castles, simply moves the knight somewhere and then goes f4, f5, white's just winning, because these two pawns, every top level game I've seen in these kind of systems where white's got a pawn on the e-file like that, white's winning. So that's why black has to either try to do something against e5, or black has to do something to stop this in the long run and blockade. So moving the f pawn is very, very critical in this kind of position, trying to get some counterplay. But now Wesley takes on c6, which is the normal approach, because that bishop is no longer a good piece. It doesn't have anywhere great to go. And now he takes on f6. And I think the next move is probably an important move, because white would love to consolidate a knight in the middle of the board. And if you took with a queen, which looks okay, this move is something that could just give white a big advantage. How do you ever get rid of this knight? You can't kick that knight away. So that knight sinks itself into the middle, and later on, Giri can build up around that. Also, look at this bad bishop. This is one issue that Magnus will have, really serious issue. You will have to play c5 to try to get this bishop out. At the moment, this bishop is just a pawn. It's not doing anything. So you don't want to allow this with black. So that's why black now took on f3, and now pawn takes g7, attacking the rook. Rook f7, and then after pawn takes here, queen d6, rook g1, c5. And Giri now having his first think of the game. I see that apostrophe. I can't even say that. Oh, is that actually Peter? Oh, trust Peter to point out the apostrophe. Even though I can't. Why can't I say that word on floating around Lawrence Trent's shirt? There could be an apostrophe. What apostrophe? I'm dyslexic. That's my excuse. I can't say it, but you maybe get what I mean. I think that is Peter. So everyone say hello to Peter. I don't know why Peter gets the handle PLBRTA. Maybe we'll find out later on. But it's great to have Peter in the chat, and of course we're going to be extremely honoured to have Peter join us later on. So, I mean, I like Lewis has found some quite old pictures. Lewis, our producer, of both Peter and of Lawrence there. I mean, for a start, Lawrence has some hair, which is quite unbelievable. I'm going to get in trouble here. I'm going to get in serious trouble. I mean, but anyway, I suppose they're free. I can't do any roasting. I'm the worst. I mean, come on. Anyway, let's get back to the game. So c5 played. I just get, whenever I start not talking about chess, I get myself in far too much trouble. And when I talk about chess, I also get myself in trouble. But okay, chess, Simon, chess. You're here for chess. Concentrate. Use the chess. So now c5, and let's just have a talk about this crazy position. I mean, it's very, very unbalanced, and this is obviously something I will favour Anish. Anish has to win this match. I mean, to be honest, yesterday his preparation seemed to be exceptional, and he was playing really well. I think there was just one slight thing with his game. When he got to these critical moments where he had even a 50-50 decision, he was just not making the quite correct decision. In the first game yesterday, he was in a bit of a rush to swap the queens off. He could have kept the pressure on, and he could have easily won the match yesterday. But what is going on here? I mean, whose king is the weakest? Black's king, in actual fact, is looking pretty safe, because black is using white's pawn to defend itself. And this is kind of a common thing you see in some Sicilians, where the pawn comes all the way down the board and you defend yourself. Actually, talking about Peter, I don't know if Peter's still here. He's going to be coming on later on. Peter Svidler, one of the most amazing games I saw, I think it was Mickey Adams versus Peter Svidler. I think, and I could be wrong, Peter Svidler played, it was a Sicilian. I hope this is right. And Peter played some bishop f6 move to defend his king, allowing I think Mickey to get a pawn right up into his position where he played around it. If anyone can find that game, you're a genius, because I might have just made it up. But you often do this. You often use your opponent's pawns to defend your king. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, well, what about white's king? And now that black is starting to prise open the middle of the board, he's got this important c5 move in. He's going to take on c5, and he's going to play c5. Maybe it could be the white king. So a very natural move here. Rook coming to g5. A little bit of pressure here. And is the idea, are we ever going to go rook here? I don't see it. I mean, one very nice line. Let me just indulge myself. Peter saying he played h6. I played h6 into the pawn on g5. Okay. One of the most unusual things I've ever played. Well, I'd love to get a link to that. I mean, maybe if I make you a mod here, you can have a well. We can talk about it later, right? I mean, if we get a chance, it'd be nice to have a little chat about other things. And it's always nice to see. It's always nice to see unique ideas, especially at the highest levels. Was it against Mickey Adams? I might be right there. I remember seeing it and think, yeah, that was pretty clever. But I'm just going to indulge myself for a second in this position. Is the idea, and Patzer sees a mate kind of thing, is the idea, let's just say we get this kind of stuff going on, right? Here, takes here. It's not even going to work, is it? Okay, I'm going to play a bad move here, rook c8. I'm really setting up a self-mate here. Rook here, and now we take here, and this actually loses to checkmate, but that's not the point. And I mean, you see a nice idea, you got to play it, and now boom, queen takes h7. You don't even take the rook with checkmate in a couple of moves. this idea, and after king takes, rook h5. I mean, okay, I know this is fantasy land, but it's kind of nice to sometimes think of some concepts like this. And after obviously king here, we can put that one in the position. I mean, this is complete fantasy land. But okay, let's go back to reality. And after captures, I guess if you go c5, white can just take that. So this might just be the reality that you can't. So in actual fact, if rook c8 is now played to support this break, maybe this is not out of the realms of possibilities to play the king here. This looks like one of the safest squares for the king because the lines are kind of blocked, and we do have this threat. The threat is rook g1, so I'm defending this pawn on g7, and then I'm threatening this queen takes h7. So it's not completely ridiculous. Maybe a little bit ridiculous, but only as ridiculous as me. I mean, this is the kind of like Patzer checkmate stuff that myself and many other English grandmasters are famous for. You see a cheap trick and you go for it. I mean, no subtlety about it. Now we're actually leaving the evaluation bar off today. We discussed this yesterday. Maybe I'll have it off one game and I'll have the evaluation on the next game. I like trying to think for myself. This is actually oh no, it hasn't happened. I was getting excited there. I mean, I like thinking of myself, and sometimes when the evaluation bar shoots up, it's like, oh right, white's winning, but I don't know why white's winning, and a lot of other people don't. So yeah, Chess Patzer, if you do a poll, let's see if you want the evaluation bar. If everyone wants it, of course I'll put it on. It's not an issue, so we can do that. Okay, so how does Magnus now create some play? Because actually this king e2 and rook g1 is at least a straightforward plan, and it's nice to have a straightforward plan. So how does Magnus create some play here? I mean, is this check anything? Well, let's have a look. If this check, one simple possibility is just queen d2, which is not ridiculous. Let's remember Anish is a pawn up here, and if the queens ever come off, he should be doing very decently with this pawn under pressure. I think this will be at least okay, at least a little bit better for him. So queen b4 maybe, and after queen d2 maybe you go queen b5 though with bishop a5 ideas. This is potentially a problem. I mean, it gets a bit weird after a4 though. I need to do something quick before the bishop gets there. Maybe a4 is just in the nick of time and actually very good for white with a5 to come next. Okay, so get your votes in if you want an evaluation bar or not. And I mean this bar here going up and down. Totally up to you guys. You decide what you want. So I'm just wondering, what is Magnus going to play in this position? Because white has a plan, right? I think it's king e2, and here the other plan of moving the rook here is much simpler and more positional. Maybe more of the approach Giri will play. It's just to put the king on g2. I guess Anish has to think where his king is best. I mean, can Magnus take on g7? Let's ask the most logical moves first, right? I was assuming that he doesn't want to do this because I've really discussed how that pawn on g7 is actually a great defender on the g file. It stops white attacking. But if he does take, well, let's say we capture, other moves are possible, and now play king e2. I mean, I was thinking about castling, but then if I castle queenside, I think the king's a lot safer on a light square. If we castle queenside, obviously the queen comes to a3. It's a bit frustrating. And this one, you know, I've got my rook coming over here. How dangerous is this for Magnus? You probably have to put your king somewhere like h8. And now I've got stuff with queen f5. Rook g1. It might be okay for Magnus. So he's actually taken on g7. He's taking on g7. Taken on g7. So he has played this. Okay, so that is. He's obviously thinking this position. I mean, other moves again. I mean, maybe you can play f4 or h4 to try and support this one. But let's just have a look at the main move where the black king looks a bit bare. But after something like king e2. Trying to get a rook into the attack. And if we can get the rook into the attack, the queen in, the bishop in, we're laughing. But king h8, preparing to play rook to g8, it's okay. I mean, for black, I think. And if I mean, let's have a look. So if I go rook g1, if I have one more move here as white, it gets very dangerous. If I can get my queen in as well, it gets very dangerous. But I think after rook g8, there's nothing to concern black here at all. You're not going to checkmate just for your queen. So anything else? And if we go queen f5 first, and I think rook f8 at least, you also have to worry about your sides over here, you know, diagonals like this. But rook f8 looks fairly fine, right? I mean, I can go queen h5, but I don't really have any threats here. I mean, this is still interesting because if I get one more move in, it's looking a bit dangerous. But even no, I was saying that. Then he can take on d5. It's very complex. It's very complex. This is a really interesting position. So I'm very happy they've got this position on the board at the moment. And one thing in Anish's favour, I think, is that he has these opportunities to exchange off, which he can do at various moments. And even if things go a little bit wrong, he should be okay. So even like, let's say he goes rook g1 and we get this ending. I say okay. I mean, you're playing Magnus Carson. You've got double pawns. He's still a pawn up, isn't he? I can't even count. He's still a pawn up here. But okay, these double pawns are not going to be great. So so the thing is, even if things go a little bit wrong for Anish and he doesn't go for the attack, then he's going to be absolutely fine. You know, these endings are not worse for him. You know, he can even maybe push with the queen coming in again. Queen f5. This is really still, maybe he's pushing. He's got the extra pawn, which I failed to notice. So I think it's looking good for Anish, actually. I like Anish's position. I do. Let's have another cup of my nice little brew. Nice little brew here we're having. Keep me going. I'm going to be like buzzing with all this natural caffeine at some point. Okay. The evaluation bar. Okay, thank you so much, Chess Patzer UK. The valuation bar has gone for no. Is that right? Do we have a no? We have a no. So no, the evaluation meter is not going on. Okay, the democracy has spoken. At least there's democracy still in some places of the world, and it works. And that is Twitch. That is here. There is democracy here. Okay, so computer says no. Computer says no. I've got to get that clip. Lewis, can we get that clip up? I'd love it. I don't know if we can play it on a stream. We might actually get in trouble. But computer says no. Okay, anyway, this has occurred. So, okay, let's go back. So we had rook takes g7. And now king e2. So Anish is just playing very logical moves. I like this. I like this. Is that no? That is Little Britain. You can Google Little Britain. Yeah, it's an English comedy show. I have to say, I'm very proud of English comedy. We do have great English comedy. I mean, it's the best in the world. I mean, come on. I'm sorry. Can you beat English comedy? Can you? Can any country beat English comedy? I'm not being biased. It's just the best. I mean, you could say American comedy is best. Yeah, Monty Python. There you go. Chess Dude guy. Chess Dude guy. I'm with you. I mean, apparently, both Magnus Carson, and you could tell this from a tweet he did where he did the let's all look on the good side of life. He tweeted that picture, Life of Brian, of course. But I know that both Magnus Carson and Anand are big fans of Monty Python. We'll have to ask Peter about it later on. And you got stuff like the Peep Show. Peep Show is fantastic. Love Peep Show. That's one of my favourites. And you got Ricky Gervais. I mean, Ricky Gervais, brilliant. The Office. I mean, you can't beat it. I'm sorry. Tell me better comedy than British comedy. I dare you. I dare you. Australian comedy. Well, actually, I haven't seen any Australian comedy. I can imagine the Aussies are quite a funny bunch of people. Only Fools and Horses. I mean, 40 Towers. The list goes on. Little Britain. I mean, come on. Look at it all. You can't beat it. Is there anything? Red Dwarf. We are spoilt. We are properly spoilt. The young ones. Yeah, and talking about Rowan Atkinson. Oh, my words. What's his? I can't remember names today. What is it? Blackadder. I mean, come on. Oh, did you say Austrian? Okay. Well, I didn't know Austrians had a sense of humour. Wow, that's are you telling me Austrians actually have a sense of humour? Really? That's unbelievable. Okay, well, no, I'm joking. Of course, I know they do. Right. Anyway, on with the game. So, Magnus has now played a different move, and obviously I did not consider this one because I just thought the rook's coming here. But Magnus has now stopped the rook coming there, and of course, this seems like a good move, right? This is a good move. Now, even taking the queens off is not terrible, but I think black would take the h-pawn and his rook would activate, so it's not great either. So Anish, showing his intentions, plays queen a4, keeping the queens on the board. Yes, from America. I do love Bill Hicks, by the way. Bill Hicks was legendary, absolutely legendary. You can't really beat Bill Hicks, I have to say. He's one of the best. And now stuff like Queen D7. So Magnus is defending that one. So it kind of depends here if we can get the rook in the board, right? Can we get this rook in the game? I mean, we can try going this way, but then rook D6. I think if Anish can find some, imagine you can get in the G file. Anish is going to be laughing, but I still like Anish's position. The bishop on B6 can't move. The rook on D8, defensive. The queen has some potential, but it can't really do anything at the moment. So black's pieces are, at the moment, just stuck defending. Now, can you play bishop f4 and try to get your bishop to e5? It looks a bit risky because of the e file, but I'm going to meet that bishop e5. Can we do this? Because if I get my bishop to e5, what a square that is, right? What a square that is. What a square that is. What a square. I'm actually just going to turn off notifications on stuff. I think I was mentioning the other day, it was quite funny. I was doing this, and on the live board below, I obviously have a YouTube channel, and I basically, you get a lot of spam on YouTube. You can like block it, but it keeps coming up, and a lot of it you can imagine is like some scantily clad woman saying, you know, come to this site, XXX. I promise this is not me. It's just spam. And while I was broadcasting the other day, a message came up there, literally on the stream, and it was like this very scantily clad woman saying, X. You know, you can imagine, and it was YouTube. It was YouTube spam. I can promise that. So that was most embarrassing. It was, yeah. It's bloody YouTube. Oh yeah, I know you don't believe me, but it was true. Oh, here it is. Computer says no. Brilliant. Computer says no. There we go. That is it. David Williams at his best there. Very good. Okay, well, anyway, back to the game. What was the problem with this bishop f4 move? What is the problem with this one? Why can't you try to get your bishop in there? This looks like a tremendous square for the bishop to me. Well, he didn't play this. He played a more... Was there any issue with this one? What am I missing? Am I missing something? Okay, well, he went rook c1, which I think is also not a bad move. You get the rook on this file. You stop this bishop from moving here, and you stop the c-pawn from breaking. And now Magnus gets his king off a dart square. Without a shadow of doubt, Giri has a good position. So Giri, starting like he did yesterday with some really, really positive chess. Go Giri. I love to see this positive chess. I mean, you can still maybe play this one. Let's have a look at this, because I just love the idea of getting the bishop here where it's really active. And I might, given a chance, take on c7, right? I might take on this square. I mean, you can go rook to c6, right? But then I think rook d6 is okay. I think. I'm not convinced, because even the ending might be all right. But if you play bishop f4, now bishop f4 does seem risky because you open up this line, but I don't see any way to take advantage of it. And now rook c6 is a real threat because you can't go rook d6. And if I get my rook in the game, I'm really happy. And if I get my bishop to this strong square, I'm really doing well. So this seems like a very decent move. Okay, well, look, we got our first guest of the day, and it is an absolute honor. And it is an honor to have the one and only, you can't take this away from him, Lawrence Trent. We're going to have Peter join us later, but we got Lawrence. Let's bring him in. And Lawrence is going to come and join us for a little bit, and he can give my voice a break. So let's get him in. And I'm omitting him now. And we'll get him set up shortly. I think he's getting rocking and rolling at his end. Hello, mate. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Lawrence. How you doing, sir?
I'm all right, mate. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm very good. Yeah. I think we're just getting you set up in the stream now. I'm sure Lewis is.
I'm a bit early.
Oh, mate, it's not. I know a lot of people have said no. Sorry, I was going to joke there, but it's a bit early.
No, it's the opposite. I've got a problem.
Well, thanks for going into detail. Late. You always arrive late. Okay, yeah. As long as it's only arriving late.
Yeah, I just arrived late. Yeah, time.
Okay. You're a late finisher, right?
I'm a late finisher. Yeah. Okay. You know.
And we're sorry, Lawrence. So just going to let everyone know we're just getting the echo. The echo will sort itself out.
It might be because I didn't configure. So let me just check my configurations, because I might have, because I'm using this mic and it should. There's no configuration thing on this damn thing? Wait.
There is. If you go to the three dots, you see the three dots? Yeah.
More actions, show devices.
Go to the three dots, try device settings, and you've muted yourself there. So that is. I'll let you play about with that, Lawrence. Because we're using a bit new software today, guys. Because you can remember our video quality was really bad yesterday. So we're actually just trying to change the video quality so we can get both of us on. I think we have kind of solved that, which is great. Lawrence, I don't know if I can hear you at the moment, mate. You may have muted yourself. I'll let you know if we can hear you. By the way, I do just want to give you an update on what has happened in some of the other games while we get Lawrence on. Giri has played bishop f4. He's played it. And there has been a result. Nepo has won against Leveronian. So Nepo is starting his comeback. And it looks like his B-pawn did the job. We can look at that when we get Lawrence on. And just see if we've got any comments coming along. Okay, if you try to use Slack, 1 second, let's see if we can do this on the chat. Let me have a word with Lawrence on the chat and see if we can work out. Lawrence is muted. We could hear you a minute ago, Lawrence. So I'm not sure what happened there. If you can hear us, we'll get there in the end. Why did I just put that? I put that in the wrong channel. Let me try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay. But yeah. With an echo.
With an echo. Okay.
Yeah,
That's very weird.
Hold on. Have you got headphones?
Oh yeah, I will get headphones. Give me 1 sec.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. All right, we're gonna get. Well, I can hear the echo now. And also the streamers seem to have just gone down to as well. I can't hear you now, mate. Keep talking. I can hear you very low now, but I can hear you. Very softly, very much, yeah, very softly. I can hear Lawrence very faintly at the moment, but not. Do you want me to move it? I'll tell you what. If I move the settings here, you'll be able to see what he's. Oh no, you can't because that's my settings, isn't it? Of course. Okay. Oh, you can hear me. Hello, guys. Didn't realise you can still hear me. Okay, they can still. Everyone can still hear me. Okay, I think we're live now. Hello, everyone. It's not. This is obviously our first time streaming. We're just giving it a go. We're just rolling up today. See what we've never done this before. So yeah, it's all a bit of fun. I can see I'm a lot higher than Lawrence as well. My head's nearly chopped off. Professional standards here at GingerGM Twitch. Maybe we'll adjust that a little bit as well. And even Peter is trolling us now. Peter Svidler is trolling us, Lawrence. So it's all going well. But I think you can hear us. We're back with the action. Obviously, when we do these little transfers, it always can get a bit confusing. But maybe next time we'll go on a break rather than try to do it live. I feel is probably the way to go. How you doing, Lawrence?
I'm all right, mate. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Just enjoying the lockdown is definitely not what I'm trying to say. Trying to survive through the lockdown. I'm in Berlin at the moment. Unlike in England, they've decided to extend the lockdown. So I know you've got it's a bit of a ridiculous tier system in England, but lockdown is actually not only being extended here, but it's also being made more strict. The rules are more strict.
Oh, right.
So that's going to go on right the way through till Christmas, and they're talking about extending it throughout January as well.
Wow. Okay.
So trying to keep sane, basically, mate. But apart from that, all good. Yeah, can't complain.
Right. Well, I mean, it's pretty bad. Yeah, we just had been news about the lockdown in England, and basically the whole of England really is what they say is in tier 2.
Yeah.
And what that means is, you still can't go down the pub. Basically, that was the only thing I looked at. You can go down the pub, but you have to eat a full meal. So they mean a main meal, and you have to sit outside in November, December at a pub. So it's not looking very attractive.
Why is
at the
that?
moment.
Why do you have to? So why can't you just buy 5 pints instead if they want the 15 quid so badly? Just
I think they're just trying to stop people going to pubs. So they're saying you have to get a meal. It's going to stop a lot of pubs from trading and do it that way, which I mean, it's just a weird situation, isn't it? It's a weird situation. I mean, yeah, I don't know, mate, but it'll get back to normal one day. But you're surviving just about.
Yeah, just about. Yeah, just trying to keep sailing. Thank God we got the chess to keep us occupied. You know, thank God for Netflix and various other things. So yeah, but it's nice to be back. It's been a long time since I've been on the stream, right? Your stream. So it's nice to be back.
Have you ever been on my stream?
Yeah.
I don't know if you have. When? Yeah, maybe a long time ago. Yeah. Well, I mean, we can just while we're chatting here. I mean, only because there's a lot of action going on, and I think Anish versus Magnus is one of the main games.
Yes.
And I mean, it was looking like Anish was playing very well, and we're not going to we'll catch up with the current position because I think it's really heating up with Anish only on 20 seconds, and we got into an ending where only Anish is pushing because Anish is a pawn up, and now he's played what looks like a very clever move, trying to get behind, and let's have a couple of moves. It might just be a draw. It is just a draw now. Oh, that's a pity. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So it is going to be a draw. Magnus just defended that perfectly as always, right? It's only a draw.
He's just such a he can just worm his way out of situations, can't he? He just manages to, you know, when he's stuck, when he's in a bad spot, even against these top guys, you've really got to be fully focused if you're going to put him away, because he just manages to be resourceful and just so annoying. He just doesn't fold. He just doesn't collapse ever.
It's so hard to beat, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's why he had this incredible undefeated run. I mean, the only way he kind of ever loses nowadays is if he tries to do something a bit ridiculous, which is so rare. I think he just doesn't. You can't beat him. It's like it's really, really hard to do it. I mean, I don't know if you've been following it, but we'll just update on the other games because round 1 is kind of now over. And so Anish needs to win today, just to clarify. He lost yesterday. He needs to win out the 4 games to get to the playoffs. It's a draw on the first one. Long way to go, but he's got 2 blacks. Nepo needs to win, and he starts with a win with the white pieces against the Leveronian. And Wesley So needs to win. I thought White might be able to push here a little bit, but clearly Rajaboth decided just to take the draw. Probably is equal at the end of the day. And Hikaru needed to win today, and he does win. He wins his first game against Mvl. So these guys are fighting back. We have Captain Barati in the chat, Lawrence, who's Jerry Graham.
Oh, Jerry, hello, mate. How are you? Top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning. Let's hear your best.
I always wind Jerry up every time I see him. I always try to, you know, he just says, your Irish accent, you're so bad. What are you doing? Stop. Jerry, mate, I hope you're well. I'd love to come back to Bunratty. I guess that's not happening next year, but if it does happen, I'd absolutely love to come back. It's been a while. Hope you're well.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, some of the second games are already well into the moves. What's happening? So
no,
I'm just gonna. They do have kind of random start times in this, but we'll just dive into Mvl versus Hikaru and just look at this. But I want to hear your best Irish accent now, Lawrence. And when we get Peter on later, I want to hear his.
I can't do an Irish accent.
Well, we're gonna have to try because Jerry's going to judge. And Peter, who's in the chat, is actually Peter. You've got to do an Irish accent as well. So. Okay, go on. Go on, Lawrence.
You know, I can't do it because I can't do the soft one. I can't do that. And on top of that, I know what's going to happen. I'll get a bunch of messages saying that being disparaging towards Irish people. I could just do without it. Look, I don't mind winding Jerry up because, to be honest, I quite enjoy winding Jerry up. But
everyone loves winding. Jerry likes to be wound up as well.
Jerry loves it. Jerry loves it. What's going on?
I mean, I guess this position's pretty. I mean, standard. They're banging out the moves, aren't they? They've both got more time than they started with, so it must be theory. Top of the morning to you, sir. I have a pint of Guinness, please. Oh, that's pretty bad, isn't it? Okay, it's pretty bad.
That's why I didn't want to do it, because I wanted to save face.
You knew what was coming. One thing I actually used to do, Lawrence, sometimes when I went abroad, I did pretend to be Irish. And my Irish accent gets better the more drunk I get, because it seemed to me that, you know, people in Europe, they prefer Irish people to English people. Everyone hates English people, right?
Oh yeah, everybody hates
everyone. Every nation hates the English for some reason that we've done in the past. You know, probably slavery or something like that. So I did pretend to be Irish, but my Irish accent tends to get a bit better the more I drink, which is probably the same with Irish people.
You must have a lot of Irish in your blood, though, Simon, with the ginger and the drinking and, you know, the pub. And,
Well, I did, Lawrence, do one of these DNA tests. Do you know what I mean? You spit, you send it away. What's it like? You know, findyourrelative.com or whatever.
Right.
And it came back and it said you basically it tells you where you're supposed to come from and who you're related to.
Yeah.
And it said a lot of it might be absolute crap, but it says it went back and it says you're related to Niall of the Nine Hostages, who was a Northern Irish king who came over from the north of Scotland originally. So there you go.
There you go. You've got Celtic running through your blood, mate.
Where do you think you're from, Loz? Where do you think your heritage is?
They haven't found out yet. They haven't. It's undiscovered land in the depths of hell, in the core of the earth.
Yeah, it's basically an X-file. Yeah, it's one of those. They're keeping it secret where you come from. But okay, well, this position. What do you think, mate, about this position? We'll just have a look. MVL now 1 point down, so he needs to clock a win at some moment. I like Hikaru's last move because Hikaru is trying to get rid. You can see the position, all right, Loz, I hope.
Yeah.
Nice one. He's trying to get rid of this strong bishop, and I think that's a great idea. And in these positions, this bishop is often really powerful. And if White gets a chance to play like Queen F4, it's a little bit annoying. So this move's a safe move, Bishop F5. I think Hikaru's doing all right here, personally. I would have thought.
Yeah, it's probably a little better for White, isn't it? For example, if you go Knight D4 here with White, Bishop takes D3, Queen. We're dropping B2. Are we dropping B2? Can we go then B1 and then Rook B7, Rook EB1 probably?
Probably this.
Well, then we drop A2. Yeah, I was thinking Rook EB1 maybe.
Okay.
Then you force Queen C3. It looks like.
Yeah.
Then we can take Rook B7, and if Knight C6, Rook C7. Then Knight takes D4 is a problem.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's hell, Lawrence? How come you're so sharp today? You've been taking.
I had a shave. I cleaned my apartment a bit. I did some good work. Finally, actually managed to make some money today, which is good. Maybe that's the reason why. So I'm in good spirits. Maybe it's
good man.
rubbing off.
I'll try not to bring you down then.
Yeah.
By the way, we just go to the game because he went bishop takes and then he went G4 and G5, which actually seems like a very decent approach as well, right? Trying to just open up Black's king side. By the way, what is your work nowadays? Are you allowed to discuss, or is it something?
I'm doing a lot of chess. And I'm doing, I'm trading and, doing a lot of stock market and random crap like that, basically. I say random. It's not that it's random per se, but it is a bit random in COVID. In COVID times, you know what I mean.
Risky, right? So I don't
know. I mean, the swings are quite brutal. So that's what I'm doing. But I'm still very much in chess and enjoying still teaching and that sort of stuff.
Right. Well, I think while you're here, we should also mention at the moment, today, tomorrow, for a couple of days, GingerGM are doing this outrageous sale. It's 50% off everything, which was a bit of a mislip, but we've done it. And one of the courses that we've done, which has got the best reception, is Lawrence's course. And I have to say, it is a fantastic course. I'll get Lawrence to mention a little bit, but it's 50% off on his course. Yeah. And what you get with that, you get all of his videos, which is over 10 hours. You get a proper book. You get interactive puzzles. You get loads of stuff what is your course about, Lawrence?
Well, it's about attacking chess. It's basically the fundamentals of attacking chess. And it's by far the series I've put, in terms of hours, the most work in, because it's the longest series I've ever done. It took me a long time to prepare. It's one of the most series I'm most proud of, actually, to be brutally honest. It's it's good for players who perhaps feel like they could improve their attacking chess. I would say it's probably for players 1200 right the way to 2000, even 2200. So the audience is very wide. If you want to, if you want to improve your attacking chess, I would highly recommend it. And even if you want to improve your attacking chess, that also means if you want to improve how to defend, because by of course learning how to attack, you learn the most stubborn defenses. And with all the interactive exercises that Simon just said, the book that comes with it, and so on, you can practice what you've learned, and I think it'll just help you massively. Basically, I think for all of you amateur players out there, because I feel as though people enjoy attacking chess, like especially at club level, people prefer to attack. People enjoy the tactical side and the more nuanced side of chess, which we see a lot more at this level. You get there at some point, but certainly earlier on in your chess careers, you really want to refine your attacking game, because that's where the majority of your opponents aren't going to put up that much resistance. You're not playing super GMs who understand, all the defensive methods. So you get a massive edge basically by studying that course. And it's 50% off, so it's actually a huge saving.
It's a massive
saving. How much are they saving? Like they're saving like.
Well, we've got a link. Yeah, I mean, you can get the download and stream, or you can just download it so you can watch it on your phone, on your iPad. Yeah. I put a link there in the chat if anyone wants to check out his course. You can see the whole things, what it's actually all about there, and that's just a bit of info on that page there. I'm just checking that thing out, and we'll just let me have a look at some other things. It's got PGN, it's got a book, it's got 10 hours of video there. As well, so you should be able to find all the details you can there. Mm-hmm. But we'll talk about that again a little bit later as well. Yeah. But yeah, go and check out. There's loads of stuff in the shop at the moment. So anyway, back to the game, Lawrence. I'm just gonna. Well, I mean, one thing I did want to just look at. I was just keeping an eye on the games, and I mean this one's looking quite interesting. But Hikaru's trying to get the queens off, very sensible. There was a very interesting moment in the game between Leveronian and Jan. And this is like an English opening. It's all pretty sort of standard here, with Black playing what's called the Rubinstein variation, which is a variation where Black tries to gain kind of a Roxy bind setup.
Yep.
But White gets a lot of pressure against this pawn quickly. And after castles, now knight a4. And in this position here, Nepo just plays b6, right?
Yeah, very interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah, he's literally, he won the first game, so he doesn't need to like risk it.
No.
Maybe he has to play this move though, Lawrence, because otherwise he just loses the whole pawn, right? And he just
does he? What if you go knight? Isn't there some queen a5 check after knight e6?
You can go knight e6, relying on the queen check over here. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean. He doesn't. I mean, I suppose you can now go.
Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe you can take on c5, queen a5.
Because you have some b4 or something. Yeah.
So just some queen d2.
Queen d2 is also.
No, I'm saying after knight takes c5, queen a5 check. Maybe you can just go queen d2. I don't know.
Yeah. And if I take here first.
Yeah, but now I can take. That's the
take the bishop. If I go here, you got b4, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it's a very interesting idea, because this is kind of like, you give up. You want to get rid of your opponent's light square bishop, which is a great defender, but is it really worth an exchange? I mean, let's have a look. We'll go to the current position, and if we keep moving, well, now White has sacrificed a pawn back here to break in the middle of the board. So here we are, and I'll let you just discuss this. I'm just going to check one thing, mate, quickly.
Okay.
So.
Well, as Simon said, it's a very, very interesting material imbalance here, where White's got an exchange, gave back a pawn. Black has got these two connected pass pawns on the queen side, which he certainly wants to maintain for a future. Instinctively, I have to say, I feel like Black is okay here. The bishop on b7 really is a bit of a monster. The bishop, raking down that diagonal, has no opposite number, because obviously White won the exchange with that fianchetto bishop. So you can imagine Black in some future getting in some battery along that long diagonal, and then all you have to do is remove this defender here on f3. Whereas black is incredibly solid here. The knight on e6 actually anchors very well in the position, protects the only vulnerable spot in black's position now, which is g7. The knight on a4 for white is very offside. I actually, to be honest, would much prefer to take black here, especially in a faster time control. I think that this position is very unpleasant to play for white. It's very difficult to come up with ideas, in fact, here for white even. He plays bishop b2. And now Jan, I'm sure, is going to keep the queens on. I mean, I would be really shocked if he just decided to exchange queens, assuming, of course, the queen can go somewhere useful. If the queen hasn't got anywhere useful to go, he might exchange queens. But, let's say he plays queen a8. The problem with queen a8 is you've kind of got the queen and bishop the wrong way round. So he might not do that. I don't see. Can he go just queen e8? Looks a bit funny, but might be possible. Or queen e7, obviously. Queen e7 makes a lot more. Yeah, just queen e7. Then you're going rook d8. And then I can even imagine Jan at some point just playing the move f6. Just f6. Just cutting that bishop out, cutting the knight out.
Sorry, so after saying like queen, do you say queen b3 or something?
Right, I don't know what move exactly, but I'm just saying he might just go rook d8 f6 and just cut, then that pawn on f6 just blunts a lot of white's pieces out.
Sure.
You can put the king on h8, and then it's like, okay, what are you doing here with white? What are you actually supposed to do? I have literally no idea how to play this position for white. I'd still take black here. I'm curious what the actual evaluation is of this position. It wouldn't surprise me if black was better here.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? I mean, I'm with you that this bishop on b7 has a great deal of potential, doesn't it? I always like this kind of exchange sack kind of idea, because long term, if you keep the pieces on the board, you're the one who can get the attack, right? It just takes one slip up for white to go wrong, and that bishop is certainly worth a rook in a lot of cases. Which could be the case. I mean, it's a very dynamic and unclear position. Do we have any more moves? Well, he's gone queen e7.
Yeah.
So this has occurred, and we've got a very exciting game going on. I'm wondering, is this b6 then? Therefore, it must be preparation, Lawrence.
Must be.
If you get this position, I mean, the computer must hate it. I would have thought if you put this move on a computer, and this is, I would imagine, a classical case of where you've got to disbelieve the computer. I mean, maybe you guys can try it. I mean, I'll put it on very quickly on the computer here, and then we'll turn it off again, but let's have a look. You can have a look on the evaluation bar. The evaluation bar says it's a little bit better for white. And now after b6, well, okay, it doesn't hate it as much as I thought. I thought that bar would go zhoosh.
It shouldn't hate it. It shouldn't hate it too much, to be honest.
It's not.
So, it just shouldn't do. So
yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to that one. And another interesting development. Well, by the way, Magnus Carson and Anish have just started their game, so we will come back when that warms up. But Mvl versus Hikaru stuff is going on, and we saw the queen coming into b4, and after this one, white decided just to take the queen off, take on h6, and now play a3, trying to activate the rook. And after rook b2, he goes e6. And my initial opinion would be that white is better here because, the black king's a little bit dodgy. And if we get the rook into the position, it's going to be some pressure. There's not a lot of pawns on the board, though, and that might be stopping Mvl from winning this one. I mean, you can't really win with your pawns after pawn takes pawn because you just don't have any pawns. So you need to win with your pieces. But I would imagine it's much trickier for black to play here, Lawrence.
Yeah, this looks very, very tricky for black. I mean, even though you could be theoretically a pawn up, if you take on b4, there are lots of jumps. So rook b4, ef7 check. You already don't know what the best move there is. You have to calculate it. King takes f7, knight e5 looks quite awkward unless king g8 holds, and then you have to look at moves like rook, knight d7. Are you just dropping pieces here? You have to go rook f7 because rook e8 runs into knight f6 check. So you have to go rook f7. And yeah, you're probably getting away with it there. But it all looks a bit sort of on the edge. So, and I don't think white is ever risking anything because even though black is a pawn up, these endings, even though you've got 2 pawns, that are basically on the queen side, because white's pieces are so well coordinated, it always feels as though you should be able to hold this at the very least. I doubt black is losing, but I would be a little bit afraid. But so what happens if he just takes on b4? I mean, that looks critical. Why would he play anything else here?
Okay, so let's say he takes here, and I imagine
we have to take.
I think we have to take.
We have to take, yeah.
And
so
now, black has that choice right here.
Yeah.
What does he do in this position? We've also, let's not forget, in some lines, got the rook drifting in. So if you go rook takes f7, I might better start with the check. Maybe the check first.
Yeah,
but you can possibly go rook f8 here.
You can
possibly get this one in. So
definitely.
Definitely. So maybe we go knight e5, and white is a pawn down. It just depends on whether his 3 pieces here can create enough chances, and it certainly looks scary for black. I would not be comfortable here, because you play one slightly bad move, you're in trouble. I mean, we're going to show that trick that Lawrence pointed out with rook here. Well, knight d7 is getting critical, and if you try this one, you just lose to knight f6. So you have to go back here. And again, does white have some massive move here, like rook check now? If the king comes here, maybe now we come back.
Yeah, it looks
very dodgy.
Looks dodgy, yeah. Knight d3, yeah, it looks bad, yeah.
He's holding on though. He's holding on. He's played rook takes b4. Yeah, he's gone for it. So he's gone for the most critical line, taking that.
Now white doesn't have another move here, does he? No, he just.
He's taken. Yeah, he's just taken on f7. By the way, also Lawrence, I want to say congratulations to you on your title Tuesday. Was it last week or the week before? I think it wasn't this week. It was the week before.
What did I do?
Well, I was commentating live on chess.com, and you basically you took Shearoff to the cleaners. You did mess it around a little bit, but you beat Shearoff, yeah?
Can't remember. Did I?
Oh, come on, man!
I'm not even joking.
You can't remember.
I'm doing a million things at the same time, so I just got it loaded up in the. I didn't even. Was it? Did I play Shearoff?
Mate, you crushed him. I can't believe you didn't realise you crushed Shearoff. I'm sure it was Lawrence Trent. I was commentating live, and you were white.
I'm literally just. I don't. Sometimes I'm not even looking at who I'm just got it on the other screen because I'm trading or something. You know what I mean?
Oh, poor old Shearoff. If he heard this.
Sorry, Alex. No, I like Alexei very much. I mean, I don't recall. And basically, the problem with Title Tuesday, Simon, can I be totally honest? I don't think I've ever finished a Title Tuesday. I've never finished. I just quit after losing 2. I'm just out there. And normally I lose the first 2, so I must have been on quite a heater to have played Alexei.
I think you're on 4 out of 4 or 5 out of 5. I'm sure this was you. Maybe am I hallucinating?
It probably was me because I do remember it was either last week or the week before.
It wasn't this week. It was the week before.
Week before.
I was commentating, and I was following you because you're on 4 out of 4 or 5 out of 5. You beat Shearoff in some Albion counter gambit. I think he was.
Did I?
Yeah, no. Well, you were white, and it went an Albion counter, a tempo up, so it went d4. I'll show you how it went because I was watching it. I can't believe I remember this game more than you. You don't even realise it went.
I didn't even realise I played him.
It went like this. He went c5. You went e4.
I did play right. I played Shearoff.
And this was
right. I remember. Right.
I think how casual was this that you can just beat Shearoff and it's like, oh right, that was Shearoff then. So you didn't even know.
I was getting buried. I was getting buried at the same time. I think when something was dumping, and I was absolutely getting. I was in for my lungs. I was getting absolutely buried somewhere. I was just playing on it. I was just trying to distract myself. But yeah, now I recall vaguely, but I don't remember the game. Okay, I'll have to look. But thanks very much. I appreciate it. I should play some more. In fact, Simon, I was asked to go and play a tournament. You probably know it well, the Chess House tournament in Denmark, in Aarhus, the closed GM tournament. But I told them no, because I'm just so out of practice, and to go and play chess now and have to travel, I'm just like, I need to actually study. But now my personal circumstances have somewhat changed. We haven't really caught up properly for a long, long time. But basically, let's put it like this: I'm a bit more free. Going to get my GM title is back on the agenda, basically.
Good. It's a lifetime quest, right? So
Tell me about it. It's been a fucking life. Excuse my French. It's been a lifetime. Yeah.
Well,
Sorry for the language.
Don't lose your hair over it, mate. You know. So.
Well, yeah, that's another thing that's happened. So I haven't seen you since then. So
it looks cool, mate. You've got the Bruce Willis look. So
Thank you,
I think it suits you. So all good. And actually,
I have to say, I preferred you with longer hair. I did like the long, combed back hair down to your shoulders. I did prefer that. I'll be honest with you.
Well, to be honest, man, we can't get any hairdressers at the moment. So
that's right.
The girlfriend's been cutting it.
Oh, right.
She's doing a good job. But I did have a Mohican. And I do
like
a little,
yeah,
that was a little bit too severe, to be honest. It was a little bit too much. But I do like a little Mohican, a baby Mohican. So we might go that when the hairdressers go up again. By the way, I don't think Peter believes you that you weren't sure you were playing Sheeroff. That you didn't.
Can I tell you, because I just have it on so I have 3 screens now.
Yeah.
I've got 2 of them where I've got all the trading stuff, and I've just literally got a small one in the chest. And I didn't even now I think of it, because it was a couple of weeks ago I was playing Sheeroff, but I had momentarily. My brain is gone. It's just my mind. I can't do anything anymore. I'm just toast. I've toasted my brain. I can't. Oh my goodness. What is this, by the way? What is this we're watching?
Well, this is
Hikaru surviving.
We're just trying to basically make some changes with the mics as well, because I think you're using your webcam mic, aren't you, Laurie?
Yes, I am.
We've been told that it's not the best quality, and I'm just turning the gain down, so hopefully you can still hear me, guys.
I can hear you, but I can try my other mic, which is actually sitting in front of me, but that was the one with the echo. Should I put that on again?
I'll tell you what, we'll do that during a break, when we take a break, but I think we're all right at the moment. We'll just catch up with the games now. And then at some point we'll have a little break. I haven't had a break yet today, and we can do that. Chessmaster Fisher, everything is 50% off. I mean, get Lawrence Trent's course, because it is really good, and we got
it is actually just very
good.
good. I'm not even just saying that. It's honestly, I've put so much work into that darn course.
Yeah.
You'll really benefit from it. Go and get it.
It is. Now, sorry, and also just going back to the position here.
Yeah.
It looks like either black is absolutely fine or black is losing material. And after this move, it seems to me that black is absolutely fine, right?
Yeah, he's going to take on b7, knight d6 check, and then knight d6 check king f6 could actually be a bit embarrassing. Your knight suddenly is trapped on.
Yeah, let's show
b6.
that. If we go check here after this move, the knight can't get out at all. So I think it's just a draw, right? Simple draw. You bring the knight back here. And
well, I think it is a simple draw, but I think it's a position where MVL is going to be actually quite happy to play on a little bit here, because h6 is a little tender, and you might just go knight d3 f3, run the king to e3, play rook h1, touch h6, touch d5, and then you could get a position where even if you win d5 and you have this rook ending, it's still a draw, but suddenly Hikaru. Well, basically, MVL's playing with no risk here, I think Hikaru is the one with risk. Black's king is still a little bit more exposed. So I would definitely be playing on here. Although, of course, they both understand that this is just a draw with best player, of course.
Yeah. There's no point giving a draw if you've got any chance of winning. I mean, especially in one of these things. Even if you pressurize your opponent, it can, pardon my French, but piss them off a bit, right? So, and it's kind of good to do that in a match like this, just to keep the pressure on them.
Well, Magnus would never accept a draw here, right? So this is a position where Magnus would just say, okay, make a draw, and then fine. But I'm going to try and play as accurately as possible and put as much pressure on you as possible. So if we look at the position now, knight f4, knight d4, this is precisely the sort of thing I was talking about. So now it's very easy for white to unravel. He's going to go g3, king g2. He's going to slowly move up the board. And of course it's a draw. I'm not debating that at all. But, it is... it's still there's still work to be done. Okay, so knight c6 would be 6. Okay, so he's going to go knight e5 check. King f6 will be played, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think now that black has managed to sort of centralize his pieces, he's got them all nicely positioned where they can defend each other. He's got his knight in the middle. It should be fairly straightforward. If you just keep an eye on your h pawn, how does White even win this? White's probably got to go risky. So I say risky, but he might have to start moving his rook around, and then the D pawn actually becomes a little bit worrying if Black can ever swap it off somehow. I don't know. I mean, it's a course to draw. Let's move on to another game.
Yeah, let's move on.
Because Nepo's Jan's decision. Can you pronounce Jan's surname? I'm terrible at pronunciation.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go on, say it.
Nepomniachtchi.
Nepomniachtchi. I can't. I'm dyslexic. This is my excuse.
I know.
I'm terrible. This game was really interesting. A couple of moments where, first of all, Jan took the lead in the first game, and here, after knight a4, he offers the exchange. So I thought this was a very interesting moment, and this is kind of a typical idea in these positions where someone has fianchettoed their bishop on g2, and if we now just update, well, we were looking around the point where queen e7 was played around move 18, and Lawrence thought that Jan had a lot of counterplay here. I mean, you do always have these two passed pawns. Let's not forget about those guys, the potential they have. And after a number of moves in the position, okay, we have some tactical shots coming in, but I want to update because the action's getting quite quick and fast. These two moving so quickly. I mean, this could easily be a blitz game. They've only spent 5 minutes each. You can use your time a bit better, but the current position now is here. And White is, well, bishop takes there is an interesting move. White is the exchange up, but now he's offering some material back just to get rid of this a pawn, and it looks like White's in some serious pressure here at the moment because it's all whose pawns are more dangerous, and Black's a pawn and b pawn seem very dangerous. One thing you can do is go knight takes g7, and I think Lev is saying, okay, well, at least now I can get rid of your pawn here. And this actually could and probably is absolutely fine for Lev. Maybe he can even be better with a rook coming in. But the question I'm wondering about here is, what if we ignore that bishop? Is there anything going on there? And we just go a3. And at some point, I literally just want to plow these guys straid down the board. I don't want to mess
It's a big decision for Jan, isn't it? Whether he just says, you know what, I just don't need to take that bishop. I'm just going to keep the pawns on the board. It's very tempting to take that bishop because even after knight takes g7, rook takes a4, Simon, I think you can play the move b5 and you cover a7, which is very useful. And then you go b4 and rook b1, and it starts to run. But it's kind of a hard decision, isn't it? Because this does still look good. I agree. You've got a b pawn, and you might just queen the b pawn. It's like your knight actually sits very nicely on e6, where your king can sit on f6. So you kind of got a bit of security over on the king side there. Yeah. And you can just concentrate on the b pawn. But I think this is why Jan is now using his time very cleverly. He's got 5 minutes. That's a lot of time at this level. And he's wondering, well, okay, this is a critical moment. When you get a critical moment in a game, let's remember, guys, that in chess, there's probably only in a game like 3 critical moments. Obviously, there could be even more or less, but let's say 3. And you can play a lot of moves quite quickly. But when you get to a game-changing moment, that's when you need to use your time. And the top players understand when those moments come about, and they use it well. And this is something you guys, handling the clock, working out these moments, you could use yourself and improve upon. But this is definitely one of those moments. Do you take the bishop, or can you just ignore it and play this with a very simple plan? Get the pawn there and then go rook b1 and go b3. I mean, I'll be honest, if I was Black, I'm ignoring it.
I'd probably go a3. Yeah.
a3 or b5, I don't know which is better. I guess they're the same, maybe, but...
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess this one now I have the threat of taking the bishop, right? Because my pawn's defended. So if maybe White has to lose the tempo by moving the bishop. And what does White actually play after a3? What does he even play after a3, Lance? Can you see a move here?
Not really. Oh wait, I have got a no.
This has been played. This has been played. Yeah, now I know Chess Master Fisher is saying the bishop blocks the pawns. Well, that's not necessarily true. If you can imagine this pawn getting to b3, the pieces are not going to stop them. So we do have bishop e5. You've got to move the bishop, and now just b5, and he's just going to go b4, move the rook, b3. I think Jan could be going 2 points up.
Could be disastrous here for Levon, basically. I like Black's. I mean, practically speaking, because again, you know, there's so much value in practical chess. So even though objectively a position might be closer, the question you've got to ask yourself is this position easier to play at shorter time controls? Remember, Levon doesn't have 30 minutes to think of a defensive concept, right? So it's much harder for him. So I really like how Jan's playing.
I totally agree. I mean, it could just be winning for Black. I mean, I would not.
Could just be winning. Could just be winning. Yeah.
I don't think White has enough time to get any counterplay. I mean, something like this is just too slow. Yeah. I'm going to go here. You need to move your rook to push the H pawn, and just to demonstrate this idea, if I get this position on the board, it's all over. Now over to Magnus Carson. We haven't looked at this so far. The first game was a draw, but Anish was pushing, and
Anish can resign here, can't he? Basically.
I like that. I like where he just cut through everything. Just resign. It's just over.
It's just over. I mean, this position. Hey, he played knight d3, but you know, it's just so horrific, this position on so many levels. I don't even know what's best here, but maybe b6 kind of keeps him alive. Actually, but it felt like with the knight on f4 there, Simon. I mean, knight d3 was in my purview, but I was wondering whether he could make some sacrifice work, but he probably thought it's just not necessary. So, like, why doesn't knight takes h5 actually work here? Because rook d4, rook g4 is coming. So tell me why that doesn't work.
I mean, this would certainly be the first move that any self-respecting English hacker would think of, right? I mean, you wouldn't think about going to d3. You'd think about taking on h5. And
I mean, I've never played knight d3 in my life. So, you know, that move has never appeared on the score sheet. I've played knight takes h5 plenty, though. That I can tell you.
It's quite interesting. People are telling us now, the computer is saying that Levon is winning.
What?
Which is, I mean, we maybe misassessed that. It was such a dynamic position. He has come up with a good idea. We'll come back to it. I really like, by the way, Lawrence's idea, because if we just stick with this one for a second, I feel that Black kind of has to take the knight, because you can't even bail out with this, because this wins a very easy exchange. And if you have to take the knight after Queen takes here, well, this is kind of like scary.
Well, I think he probably thought that Black can probably try and hold with knight f8 and put the knight on g6.
Okay.
But even that, for example, let's say you go rook d4, knight g6. Just say you go, for example, here, rook g4. Or, rook g4, let's just say.
You can do this one.
Yeah, but even this after, let's say, I don't know, h4, h4?
Well, maybe Black is actually getting some defense here.
Well, if you go rook h8 first, I go queen g5, and then you haven't got queen e7. So you have to go queen e7 first. And my queen's a little bit stupid all of a sudden, isn't it? And then I can probably still carry on rook g5, queen g4, but it's becoming...
It's unclear, isn't it?
It's a bit unclear, and that's probably what Magnus thought. He thought there's absolutely no need to do any of this.
And the reason that I think Lawrence is saying that Magnus is so winning is just Black's king side looks horrendous, and Black's pieces are kind of on the wrong side of the board to defend it. But it's not just that. White has these two pawns, very strong. I mean, this is why b6 was played. And if we just go on a couple of moves now, I don't think it's that bad for Giri, but it certainly is bad. I mean, this dark square bishop, if it ever finds a way into the king side, and that bishop can be tremendous because all of Black's pawns are on light squares, meaning that the dark squares are really weak. So, for example, later on, if you can go like rook c2 and just bring this bishop around at the right moment, it's probably going to be crushing. You can still attack slowly with g4. I think the Black king is too weak here. So I'm with Lawrence, actually. Giri's in serious trouble at the moment. Now, we will go back to Aronian's game, because we did actually... I mean, I thought this was very good for Jan, but he's found a very clever idea, Aronian. He's gone rook b8, get your rook behind the pass pawn. So he hasn't taken this pawn, and now after king d7, and this king d7, if you play a move like that...
I don't understand that.
I don't understand that
he wants to avoid rook b7 check, and the king has to go to the back rank. That's why he wanted to keep.
So he wants to come here. But now this is the move I think we both missed G4, and this is really clever because all of a sudden White gets a tremendous trump of his own after pawn takes H5, and Harry is running down the board. And yeah, okay, things have changed massively since we last looked. This H pawn is motoring. You have to try to block that or start some kind of counter attack. Still interesting position. Knight F3. Jan is saying, okay, I'm not defending. I'm going to try and checkmate you. And this idea is dangerous. King, Bishop G7. But I think the White King's always coming to D3.
Yeah.
So if we check here, the White King's just moving to the center. So King C7 first, and now Rook G8. And you've got to, well, if you can't do anything quick, you resign, yeah? Also an amazing move. I keep jumping around, but it's an amazing move in Magnus's game. Look at this remove. Look at this. Oh no, he took it. He takes D5. I thought he sacked a pawn there, but Magnus's game after Knight B6, we have a couple more moves. You think, okay? So assessment of those two games, Lawrence. Magnus is still doing well, right?
Yeah, I think so. And another key trump is this pass pawn on A4. Like, don't overlook that because that can be key. That can be a key guy. But it feels as though Anish has improved his position. I think Magnus is still clearly better, but I think there's been some improvement. The problem is for Black, you've got no real active plans here, and as you said, you can improve in so many ways. At some point, you can just go, as you said, G4 with White on the king side, and if HG4, you can put a rook on H1. You don't even have to do that. I guess Magnus isn't even in the mood to entertain that sort of idea. But what is it? Well, he can attack C6, for example. But he's got to be a little bit careful. There's no C5 discovered nonsense along the long diagonal. So maybe he's just going to...
It seems to me like Magnus kind of position. Magnus has got control here still. I mean, what is Black doing? Black doesn't really have any active ways to play, right? He's got a nice knight, but so what? He can't really do anything. And Magnus, you know, like you mentioned, even the endings, if the pieces come off, might be very good with the A pawn. He's got to be laughing, Magnus, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, this position just looks gross, to be honest. I mean, Anish certainly isn't enjoying himself, that's for sure.
Right.
You know, and I had a little bit of banter with Anish last night on Twitter, mate. You know, just to get him right. I had a Twitter hiatus, so okay. I came off Twitter.
Yeah.
And then I've kind of I'm slowly breaking the hiatus because it's very difficult to stay off it, especially when you've got some guy called Greg from the US. Yeah, he has to do his monthly tweet involving my name, and then I get the notification in my email. And you know, because Greg, do you know anything about this Greg or Grog or I don't know his name. Some guy. Apparently, his sister is very good at chess. Anyway, so he's flapping his lips, flapping his gums.
See the failed grandmaster guy. Is that right?
I heard he won the Philadelphia Burpee Championships.
That's
but
actually,
I'm going to say this now because there's going to be a lot of people here, say, "Oh, he beat you in a few matches." Blah blah. He did swindle me in a few matches. That is true. He swindled me very hard in a few matches. But fair play to Greg. On a serious note, he's playing bloody good chess at the moment. It's because he's studying so much chessable courses. I mean, he's actually studying, his heart out, and it's actually kind of paying off, which is incredible. So maybe I should study some more. If Greg can do it, if basically a 40-something washed up, Burpee champion can do it, surely there's hope for the rest of us.
Wow, you can get to GM, mate. You can get to GM if you push. I mean, obviously everyone knows. I don't know what it is with us two and our rivalries with certain American people who still beat us, because I'm sure they're weaker players than us, but they still beat us. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't understand it at all.
It's rigged. It's a rigged. Yeah, it's a rigged election. Okay,
It's Trump all over again, right?
It's just rigged. It's so rigged. I mean, this guy. I mean.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if his middle name was Swindle. That's fair play to Greg.
Are you going to have a third time lucky against Greg?
I don't know. I'd be up for it. You know, I'm not one to back down. But I think if he beat me for if it was a trilogy and I lost the third one, I would have to.
Yeah,
I would have to then concede defeat.
You know what? I'm the same. We should do, because I've lost twice against Feingold, which is just depressing. You've lost twice against Greg. Man, we need to do some. We need to get our asses into gear and just beat the hell out of them, right? We need to. At some point, we need to just do it, right?
The problem is, not only have we lost, I've lost thousands of dollars in side bets as well.
You always have big bets on the matches, don't you? This is the issue. God. Yeah, I mean, I've lost my pride, but oh well, maybe I lost that ages ago. We'll try again. We're not going to give up. We'll give them another chance of taking our money. Or
I mean, he's so obsessed with. I mean, I might as well give him another shot at the limelight, because what else is he going to do? I mean, go down the gym, do a few burpees.
Doesn't sound like you're bitter at all.
I'm not. Greg knows. I actually, I do respect.
He's a good player, right?
He's a fantastic. Greg is a fantastic player. He's a fantastic.
And I've seen him post some of his games that he's been playing online. He's been working hard with Chessable, and I'm sure everyone here knows Chessable. This is kind of like Chessable linked as well. I've done many courses for Chessable, and they've got loads of sales going on as well, which you guys can also check out. But it's his work he's done with Chessable has clearly improved his game. So it does work, and his openings now are pretty scary. I mean,
it's really scary how good he is in the opening now.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
If it can work for somebody as strong as Greg, who's 2450, 2500 strength, then it can work for all of you guys. I put myself in that category. It could certainly work for me.
Yeah. Now I'm going to go back and just do a little roundup of what's happening. And then we may just take a short break, unless you want to just continue for 5 minutes on your own, Loz. Totally up.
I can continue. I mean, the problem is we'd have to stay on the game because I probably can't control it, right?
Yeah. So first of all, Wesley has won. So that's put him halfway through today. There's 4 rounds. After round 2, Wesley is now in a good position because he's 1 up. So could be getting near playoff. MVL draw with Hikaru, and that was looking basically like a draw for a while. Now Magnus's game certainly looks like Magnus is making progress. He can even now try to bring the rook around to a7, and he's got very nice control. Magnus loves having control, dark square control, just lovely pawn here. Magnus looking good. But I mean, this game, we're not using computers. We did have a vote on it. The vote was we're not putting the computers on. Let's use our own minds rather than the computer's minds. And this position here, well, I mean, this is just like kind of like crazy, right? I mean, what on earth's happening here?
Why f6? So what's the idea? I'm trying to work out how that changes things if I just go bishop takes f6. What's the idea?
Okay, so that now Jan very short of time, and obviously if you don't take on this one, there's some heavy tactics. I think what Ronian is trying to calculate first of all is h7 a forced win, because I think this is very forced. If you go h7, you take here, and then something like queen.
Well, that's not a forced. Yeah, rook e1 check.
This is. Well, but does white have a forced win? This is okay. Hang on a minute. We'll go back to the game because it's so confusing. This is. I mean, there's so much going on. f6. What is happening after this?
Bishop takes f6. Bishop d4. Wow.
Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Bishop takes f6. Bishop d4, trying to discombobulate the way through. And now if you take here, you take here. I don't know why he played f6 first. Well, I do actually, because he's gaining a tempo on the bishop.
Yeah, because the bishop's unprotected. It's quite brilliant, actually. It's quite a brilliant idea to stay on the board. Because here you can just go h7. That's the point.
Yeah, and the bishop's not on pre. So quite fantastic that you go f6 to loosen that bishop.
Yeah.
And then when the bishop is loosened, now you play here, because if h7 now, this is the big difference. Right. And after bishop d4, well, bishop d8 comes, king c6, rook takes a2.
That's quite a big win of a pawn, to be honest.
It is.
And then d3 on the board. But it feels like white is winning now. I mean,
I will take a short break, mate.
Okay, that's right. I'll stay on. Yeah, that's fine.
Are you happy with this game? Or
yeah, sure. Why not?
Magnus's game.
Maybe we could go to Magnus's game because
it might be longer, right?
Yeah, it'll be a bit longer than this, I think.
Okay. Right, I'm just going to take a short break, guys, but
Sure.
I'm going to leave you with Loz, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And yeah, cool. Cheers, Lawrence.
All right, guys. Yeah, so we're going to stick with this Magnus Carson game, playing white now against Anish Giri, and you know he's in basically full control with the white pieces. I can't move the pieces, though. I'm just going to tell you guys that I cannot move the pieces, so you're going to have to bear with me in that sense. Yeah, Anish has just played the move c5, so that's very interesting. So Anish electing to, has he got some 93 check or queen h1? Surely not. He doesn't have any nonsense like that, does he? I don't think so. So he elected to sacrifice the pawn in order to give the queen some potential room to enter the position along the long diagonal. Maybe he wants to go 93 check f3, queen f3. Wait, this could be genius. This could be Anish Giri genius. 93 check, fe3, queen f3. And the point is, after king e1, queen takes e3, queen e2, you've got queen g1 check, and then I can take the rook on c5. Wow. We're going to see knight e3. Knight c3, also genius, also brilliant, because rook takes c8, queen h1 is mate. So king back to g1. Okay, but did knight e3, did knight e3 check make a draw? That's what I want to know. Maybe he was wondering if the king comes over to d1. Nothing. Probably in that line. After knight e3 check, f3, queen f3, king e1, queen e3, king d1 was the issue, and he probably didn't see a way forward. So king g1 now on the board. So you can go rook takes c5, bishop takes c5, and queen f3. And the queen and knight combination, as you'll see in my attacking course, which, by the way, guys, as you know, as we've already said, is at a 50% discount today. So make sure you get that from GingerGM. The queen and knight combination is a famous attacking combination. They work extremely well in tandem against weak kings without defenders. And this is a perfect example of that. So here, I would be really trying to make work. Rook takes c5, bishop takes c5, queen f3. Because then I've got ideas of knight e2 check. Well, there, yeah, it's true that in that precise position, maybe there's no real threat because the bishop on c5 is actually protecting f2. And maybe Magnus is just going to push the a pawn down the board. Maybe it's nothing, but you know, certainly. Well, let's have a look. So rook takes c5 has been played. Bishop takes c5, and now I go into anticipate queen f3. I really don't see another idea here. Otherwise, you know, Magnus is just gonna, unless he wants to go knight e4, knight d2, because obviously if you can get the knight to f3, so he does just go queen f3. Okay, so queen f3 on the board. Now the question is, can you just go a5 here if you're Magnus? Can you just go a5 and just say, you're threatening absolutely nothing, sir? You are not threatening a bean here. I'm just going to put my pawn on a7 and see what happens. Could be that there's just it's just not that dangerous. You put the king on h2, so if a5, knight e2 check, king h2, then I really don't see follow-up there. Unless he wants to play some kind of incredible concept like g5, h takes g5, h4, g takes h4, knight f4. That would be one way. But of course, after h4, white has always got queen takes h4. And this bishop doing an incredible job guarding the f2 point. So again, my gut tells me that this probably is just it's probably just fine for white. Yeah, I don't see how Anish is going to make something magic happen here. I don't see it. Let's see what Magnus with 2 minutes 50. So plenty of time, and notice how he's investing his time here as well. That actually means something, right? Investing the time here is clever because, you know, and he does go a5. So he's just double checking, making sure that he doesn't make some stupid mistake because it's a position that you can easily overlook something. And now Anish is going to have to be extremely creative. Either he's going to have something here or not, basically. And my gut tells me probably not, to be honest. I don't even know how to be overly creative here. Can you go g5 immediately, h takes g5, h4, and after queen takes h4, is there a moment in that position? You've only got, again, you've got, yeah, you really just don't have checks. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like there's any tricks here, unfortunately. Looks like no tricks. Looks like no trick. Okay, so he's gone knight e4. I think, yeah, probably this is the right way to go, with the idea of just playing g5 at all costs, basically. Yeah, probably this is the right way to go. You just have to play g5 at all costs and try and magic something. I'm not hopeful though. I'm really not hopeful.
I just realised, Lawrence, I'm drinking this
Yes,
green tea. Don't know if you can see it, but it's like a pot of green tea. It's got me totally wired, mate.
That's funny because for the 20 odd years I've known you, Simon, green tea has not been the thing that's really got you wired, I have to say.
You know what? I haven't drunk all this month. You know, I've had a month off. So,
wow.
Yeah, which is pretty.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's probably going to go to crap soon, but at least I've had a bit of green tea month instead, you know. So yeah, well, so it looks like Magnus is doing the job, right?
Yeah, I mean the problem is that you're trying to magic something here with Anish, but I don't see it happening really. I guess he's going to throw in g5 because what else? Yeah, but you could just go a7, g takes h4. A8 equals queen, h3, queen f8 check, king h7.
Let's have a look.
Oh no, you can take on e4. Sorry, no, you can just take on e4. You cover.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I think this is this is looking good, isn't it? And by the way, we are hearing that there's a mad time scramble here as well. So we left the position. I really don't know what on earth has been happening in this game.
Chaos.
Absolutely. I think we should get to the current position because of the time. I mean, Ronian is down 2 seconds,
wow.
and someone's got an extra queen, but is it now
draw.
Petering out? Yeah.
Yeah, it should just be a draw. I mean, this is an elementary draw. You put a bishop on g3, or I didn't like king f4 so much, allowing king h5. Yeah, I mean, it should be a draw somehow. I mean, it feels too solid, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the only danger is if somehow black gets his king to f3, right? But I don't think that's ever going to happen because there's no checks to maneuver that king. The black rook. Okay, well, he's got like one check. That's not going to do anything. And now his king. Can his king somehow travel?
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, it's probably a draw. Like, if I put the bishop on g3, what do you do? If I just go king g1, king g2, I mean, it doesn't. Is it not? Maybe because there's some zone somewhere. If the king gets to f1.
Yeah, I mean, if you put your king here, you have to put your. I mean, let's just say black's winning plan is now probably to get his king down to e2, and then white has to wait with his bishop on g3 and h4, and that seems a little bit short of squares. Is there any way black could break through there? I don't see it. If you just so let's just basically show that you go here, and well, okay, we have to wait a little bit, but is something like this ever going to be winning when white has to play this move? I would have thought, or he can even push to e5, but I think it's a draw. But
yeah, it feels like it really should be a draw, to be honest. I don't think he's going to be overly concerned here.
No. Okay, so we'll hang on. And by the way, Magnus Carson, quick look at his game, his A pawn. In these queen endings, it's who's got the furthest advanced pawn, and I don't see that one being stopped with a queen coming to b7 or b8. The king is reasonably safe on h2 as well at this moment in time. So I think Magnus is just cruising to a win here. Is that? Yeah, it must be. Yeah, must be just cruising to a win. Yeah. King h2, very safe. Where does
So queen a2, and then just. But hold on, you have to count. No, is it?
So if I go here, okay, so let's b3, here,
B2?
here, and then you go.
Queen takes a8. Yeah, you can do
Oh
that
yeah,
as well.
yeah. This was the more fun way, right? Just
That is the fun way. Yeah.
But actually, yeah, okay. Oh, well, what? Look at. Okay, it's not so clear. Look what Magnus has
Yeah,
now.
no. What? Something's
played
happened. Something went
G4.
horribly wrong for him, basically.
He's played G4 in the position, so he's trying to get some. When he queens, maybe some possibilities of coming. I don't know. This is weird. It's not so easy, right?
No, it's not. Something has gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, Anish is holding. This is maybe the kind of luck that Anish needs. He needs this break really in a position that looked terrible, because he's been doing very well in a lot of the other games. But after G4, okay, let's just say I take it. Is the idea to now play H5? I can't see any other idea, and trying to combine some possibilities against the Black King. One clever idea, right? If you just play B3, is to play H6 check. This is the idea. Now, if you take, I go Queen F8 check.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the king comes.
It's clever, and then you can just make a queen, right?
And I've always got Queen G2. There's no perpetual here because Queen G2,
G3, King H3. Yeah.
King,
no, there's no.
There's no perpetual. I'm not 100% sure there's not a perpetual.
Wait, is there not perpetual here?
I don't know. It looks like there might be. Just coming around on these squares.
Weird one, yeah?
Very weird.
One of those weird ones where it could just be perpetual somehow.
By the way, you were totally right. Iranian Nepo draw. So we do have a draw in that game. It did end like that, meaning if we just... Nepo is now 1 up at the moment. So he's 1.5 to half to Nepo. And yeah, it's going to be very exciting the last 2 rounds. So the only game going on still is this ending. And after H5, well, Anish just avoided that pawn becoming a problem, and he took it.
Yeah.
And now Magnus has gone Queen E3. He's trying to now use these squares to come in on.
He's really risking it though, yeah? Because if this goes wrong, he's just suddenly a lot of pawns down. Can this king find safety anywhere? Probably not, yeah. He's probably just understood that the king can never shield from the check, so he's not running any risks.
Yeah, because if you try King G6 to cover G5, then of course there's Queen E4 check. Let's put the king somewhere, and now here, and I imagine this time, because you've got an extra queen, it's certainly not a draw with king here, check here, and of course you run out of checks. So there's little ideas like this, but Anish has now played Queen
Queen A5. That's clever, because now after Queen G5 check King F8, he covers D8. This is the point.
And he stops the queen coming in.
Yeah, and Queen H6 check.
If we go to G8.
Yeah, King G8, I've always got a perpetual. And if I go to E7, how much risk am I running there? Queen F6 check, I then have to go to D7 because I can't go to E8 because of A8 equals queen. And then, check. Yeah, this is running too much risk. Yeah. Probably. King C8, I mean, it's really stupid.
By the way, this has been played. So Queen A5, check, King F8. Yeah. I expect it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, it's going to be a draw. He's going to go King G8. And
is there any way? Yeah. There's no way Magnus can win this at all, I don't think. So.
No, it's going to be a draw.
It's going to be a draw. Wow.
Yeah. So it looks like Anish got let off the hook there because his position looked disgusting.
I think he needed that. I loved it. Magnus would be really annoyed with that one, won't he? Knowing that he's winning, and Anish needed a bit of luck. I mean, I don't know if we can say he's luck in chess, but he's been pushing certainly in a lot of his games from yesterday. And the way he's done it here, well, he's managed to survive a very tough game. So well done, Anish. I've got to at some point go on to the TV show. I'm just wondering what highlights there are. Does anyone suggest a highlight move? I'm trying to think what are the highlight moves of the day for you so far, Lawrence, of that round. What do you think is the best game you've seen? And anyone else in the chat, even round 1. Let me have a look at round 1 as well, just so I can work out what we like. We didn't look at all the games.
Well, I mean, this last game we saw between Levon and Jan was extremely complicated. I think it might be a bit difficult to digest for television.
Sure. Yeah.
Mvl, no, that wasn't really.
Yeah. And can you believe it? The weird thing is, I mean, this is one thing I don't really understand with the schedule, Lawrence. That game's just finished between Carson and some of these other games in round 3. They're already
I think it's quite clever, actually. I think what they're doing is basically making sure there's non-stop action so that they don't all pause, and so they stagger the games so that one set of players starts and the other set of players break. Because analyzing 4 games at the same time, because obviously the purpose of this tournament as well, now that it's on TV and Eurosport, is to be able to not overwhelm your average punter, basically. And so by doing 2 games at a time, it's much more digestible. I think it's very clever what they're doing, staggering the games like this, actually.
We already have a draw, mate. I mean, Rajaboth with white wasn't able to get anything out the opening against Wesley So, and he's saving his energy. And in this position, round 3, he's had a draw, and that means Rajaboth needs to win with black in the last round.
What an absolutely... What is this? I mean, why are you playing something where you're halving out with white and you need to win with black in the last game? What's going on here? Somebody explain it to me.
I don't understand it myself. I mean, when you pick your openings, you must know that if you pick certain lines at this level, you have
to play this line with white. With must-win situation, basically.
It's very strange.
That's something about Timur that I've never really understood. Yeah, nobody doubts his class, his quality. Nobody doubts his talent. But I do feel as though, like, sometimes his general strategy is a bit kind of like he has done very well in matches in general, but why would you halve out in 13 moves of white when you need to win with black in the next? Don't get it. Doesn't make sense to me. I wouldn't play that opening ever. Play something a little bit, a little bit unbalanced. Now what are you going to do? Wesley's so one of the most solid guys in the world, who, if he wants to make a draw with white, normally can, right? I mean, Wesley so.
Do you think he's saving energy? And he's now realised it's going to be a tie break, and he's thinking, right, okay, I'm not going to try in these 2 games. I'm going to try and tie break, which is I think a silly.
You mean for tomorrow? But that happens tomorrow, doesn't it?
No, it happens today. The tie break
does happen today.
It happens today. So he knows if basically yesterday one player wins, today the other player wins, the tie breaks are going to be today. So that could be what he's saying. Okay, I'm going to save my stuff for then. I mean, I don't agree. I think
it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense because Wesley's very good at blitz, right? I mean, he's a really good blitz player. He's a really good player.
It's not just that, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter if Timur makes a draw here or if he loses the next games in a row. Do you understand? So why not try and win it and end the match if the tiebreaker is the worst case situation anyway for you, which is what I've understood is the case. Bizarre.
I agree. So, and the Hikaru game, just to let everyone know about this, Hikaru is 1 point up today, and that means Mvl has to win. And he's gone back to his normal Najdorf, and we got. I mean, he's got an unbalanced position. This is a Najdorf where white wants to play c5 at the right moment to break through like this, and black is trying to generate stuff on the king side with this pawn majority. You've got these 4 pawns, and ways you can do that is a well-timed e4 if you can get f5 and e4 in, that kind of thing. And I'm gonna have to leave soon. So,
yeah, but I'm also on a bit of a tight stop today, mate, as I think I mentioned.
Yeah. Yes, you are. So I think we got Peter ready to come in. Yeah, I mean, how about would you be able to do like 10 minutes with Peter?
Yeah, I'll do 10, 15 minutes with Peter. Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. So what we're going to do, I'm going to jump off the call, and just for now, we're going to have the dream team, Lawrence and Peter, on this chat. And I think Peter's going to be able to take over the call. We'll just go for a short 30-second break while we set that up. I'm going to pop over to the sort of Eurosport channel, but I'm only there normally for 10 minutes. So I'll be back probably for the end of round 3, definitely for all of round 4. And hopefully I'll have a chance to commentate with the legendary Peter Svidler. So you've got Peter coming up. So this is where the viewership should triple double. You know, get rid of me, bring on the big boys, and happy days. So I'll let you guys take over. I'm going to say a quick goodbye now. I'm going to close down things at my end, but maybe Lewis, we can just go on a 1-minute break while we just make the transition over, if that's okay. I'll be back later on, but we'll just take a very short break.
And we're back, hopefully, with sound and picture and all of these fancy 2020 things, which you no longer take for granted. As you know, the moment I'm here, you no longer take any of this for granted. I'm expecting this to break down any moment. Very nice to see you, mate. How are you enjoying things?
I would say the same, but you know I don't like lying on air, so you know, it's nice to be. You know, obviously, it's always look. You're the greatest. You're the greatest. You're 8-time Russian champion, genius. Of course, it's an absolute honor to be here, Peter, doing this again with you. Even though I'll only be here for another few minutes, it was worth it. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, and I'm starting with this position despite some other games progressing further, because this is arguably the funniest and the funkiest line of the Petrov known to man, considering like how wild the position is by move 8. Let's show the people how they got here after e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. There is this line where after d5, of course, the absolute main move in this position is d7, d5, but the move bishop c5 exists. And white is sort of supposed to actually enter this by playing bishop c4 and giving black this rook on h1, but gaining all this fantastic compensation to do, obviously, mainly with this king on g6, which is...
Oh.
Yeah, that's... where's the echo? The echo
is coming.
You. I have everything muted, and I'm wearing headphones. I don't know how there is an echo. Weird. Anyway, and now it seems to have disappeared. I have a file in this position which I think currently says this is a draw, but it's a file I haven't updated in a while. I don't remember anything apart from it saying it's a draw somehow. And you sort of suppose Levon also believes that black is not worse, because otherwise he wouldn't really be entering this line, and he quite clearly is still in his prep. He is only now gone below 15 minutes. Very lively day so far, by the way. I'm really enjoying. I've been watching the games, and really lively games, despite maybe not that many decisive results, but a lot happening, a lot of chances missed, some chances used. Very interesting so far.
Very much so. Yeah, it's been full of drama. Magnus has kind of been a little off the boil, it feels. I mean,
but he still somehow nevertheless he persevered, as they I think as the quote goes.
But
right?
he was doing badly in game 1, and I think he bungled it in game 2. Felt like he should win that.
Yeah, it really did feel like in game 2 he had things under control. And then I think I was watching you guys commentate. I also couldn't figure out where the draw is coming from once he got that position with queen and bishop against queen and knight. I think it's very easy to just assume you're winning there and completely underestimate how strong knight e4 is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think he thought he had it under control, and like knight e2 check is just one check. And then the a-pawn queens. But regardless, all of this is in the past.
Yes, it is.
So we have this position, and I will just briefly kind of go around the houses a little bit. There is a game 3 that has already been drawn somehow. Somewhat surprisingly, not the actual fact that they agreed to draw in this position. The position is very equal. But the fact that they were sort of allowed to agree to draw, because I have played in that tournament up until very recently, and I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be making 15-move draws. But honestly, you are supposed to take on c6 here and take on e5, and I mean, they could have banged out another 25 moves here easy, and nobody really would be in any doubt as to how the game will finish. But I'm still, I was slightly shocked. I assumed it was some kind of a glitch, and they were still playing when I saw the...
Can I just bug you with one little feature of this game? Is that my understanding is that Timur, is now in a must-win situation, basically.
Yeah, with black, right?
So why on earth would you play this with white?
I don't know. I think maybe he did not expect specifically cd5, cd4. I think maybe that caught him slightly by surprise. Although there has been
there's a million things.
Yeah, but hang on a second. That's just not true, because they played it in game 1, right? I think game 1 featured this line, right? And they've been discussing this quite seriously, this whole bundle of laughs. I think this is game 1. So that immediately gets shot down. I think, it's difficult to judge, because I mean, he did win 2 black games yesterday, but they were not in that situation. Wesley did not need a draw in them. So Wesley was actually playing for a win. That's very, very different to Wesley needing a draw with white and knowing he needs a draw with white. He is not going to be easy to beat. And that, you know, in a way gives us an ideal scenario where yesterday we got no Armageddons. Today we might get some Armageddons if Wesley actually wins the 4-game set. And then they proceed to play a couple of blitz games and then potentially an Armageddon, which would be very much enjoyable to watch. But yeah, a bit of a strange practical decision by Tamor. Like, this line has been discussed in the match, and also we have this extremely wild Najdorf in the Nakamura MVL match where Maxim has now sacrificed an exchange for sort of obvious positional compensation, but obvious doesn't mean sufficient. Those
feels bluffy to me.
Yeah,
Feels like...
those are not you know, the same thing. In particular, because the pawn on h4 is now hanging, so you can actually just take on h4 sort of next move. There will be rook c8 checks, replies to queen takes b5. It does feel very, very bluffy, and that I think. Hang on a second. Hikaru is leading in this match, right? So that will actually conclude the set, right? And they will go straight to the blitz and Armageddons. And there's also a Berlin in the Giri Carlsen, which I will attempt not to talk about it at all because, like, why would I? I don't know anything, and I also don't like anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask you about indoor plants and the nutrients they need, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So why would I ask you about this variation?
Pretty much anything but this would be very, very much preferable. It might still liven up, but for now, I'm really hoping we have enough action on the other boards to never have to talk about this game until it finishes, which I understand is probably not what the audience wants, but this is what I'm going with.
Fair enough.
So yeah, this is a really crazy position, by the way. I have a feeling this is where they play potentially something like. There's this really weird line where they go knight f6 check. Hang on a second, knight h4. How is knight h4 not? I guess it's king f7 now, right? Because if you go king h7, you just straight up lose the knight f6 check straight away.
Oh, well, yeah.
And gf queen f7 is game over. So after knight h4, you will actually have to step into the discovered checks.
Knight takes e7 check.
Yeah, but then maybe black. Yeah, I don't know. You play d5. You play d5.
Okay.
You play d5, and it's very important that the pawn is
queen
on
f1 check. Oh no, it's. I mean, it's.
Yeah,
it's
but then things start hanging. Yeah, but as mentioned, it's hugely important that the pawn goes to d5 from d6 and not d7, and e takes d6 is not a legal move. Otherwise, black would be probably just completely busted. Instead of knight h4 check, you can also go. I guess queen d3 is a move, or queen e4. Knight f4 check is a move, but I think knight f4 check is actually a draw. I think this is maybe one of the draws I have on file. Like something like this does feel like it's an immediate draw because I don't think black can avoid this perpetual. But I don't think white really has anything better. Once the king reaches those g8 h7 squares, you kind of have to give a perpetual because otherwise you will start realizing you're a rook down. So I think Jan is now considering whether he has anything better than just this immediate draw with knight f4 check.
And I've got some bad news. I have to go. I'm really sorry, but it's brief. But
it's fine. You've tolerated me for 5 minutes, and I appreciate that's your.
Can we organise getting together again soon? Because you know how much I love you and I miss you. And
absolutely, like, yeah. You know, it's normally not up to us. We're always up for anything, but it's those other people.
Yeah.
Those pesky other people who stand in the way of progress. Yeah.
Shout out to the GingerGM. Thanks very much, Simon, and to Lewis for sorting out the technical stuff. And thanks, everybody, as well, for tuning in. Stay tuned, because Peter is obviously keeping the show going. I believe Simon will be back soon. And remember, go and get that attacking course. I mean, not just my one. Go to the GingerGM shop. Get 50% off today. It's huge. It's not like €5. Like £50, £75. It's like huge discount. Black Friday deal. Go and get it. 10 hours of my attacking course will be an absolute Delight to hear people enjoying it. I've got a lot of good feedback so far from it. A lot of people have really enjoyed it. If you want to improve your attacking chess and your defensive chess, go and get that course. But I'm out of here, guys. Peace, love, and
all
harmony.
of them things, yes, all of them things. It seems like Petrov is about to actually conclude, because Jan did settle on the knight f4, queen d3, queen d5, which means this game is about to disappear off our screens. So I'll probably move over to the Najdorf. The Najdorf does feel like the liveliest we have, even though, I mean, it's only really lively for one person here. Hikaru is, I mean, close to completely winning. It really doesn't look like this is anywhere near enough. It's just a full exchange for, well, not very much. There's also even a threat of, like, currently, if you go knight e6, white has, at least as an option, I don't know if it's the strongest move you have, but you definitely have this option. So yeah, unsurprisingly, MVL defends against that by playing knight cd5, but yeah, it just feels lost. b5 played you cannot take because of queen h6 and rook c8, which picks up more material. Would be a shocker, honestly, if MVL were to save this position somehow. It really doesn't feel feasible at all. Where did the exchange go? Let me just briefly look up. Like, they got up to here, which I will say that Hikaru has been having a lot of success in this line. He beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in one of the earlier rounds with this line, finding a very nice tactical, basically an opening trap, which Jan fell for and was completely lost by move 19 or 15 even. And in this game, I think this position doesn't really look particularly clear. I guess you take white, but it doesn't look that horrible. But somehow Mvl pushed b5, and then 5 moves later he was forced into rook takes c4 due to the incredible, as usual, my diagonals are not entirely diagonally, but the pressure on the b3 f7 diagonal forced him to go rook takes c4, and yeah, he was in a lot of trouble straight away. And yeah, he is sort of fighting for survival here. But you know, if you take the pawn b5 off the board in this position, you start feeling that maybe black has a chance to save this. But I mean, how do you actually blunder the b5 pawn? And in any kind of a 3 against 3 scenario, for instance, you play some kind of a position like this, it might take a while, but the result really never really is in doubt in these types of situations. MVL does have more time on the clock, but it shouldn't really be relevant against somebody like Hikaru, who is going to be, you know, easily in control of his clock situation. So yeah, that's this game. And briefly, this is our Berlin, which actually is kind of lively for Berlin. There's been a lot of things happening. After h3, that line that everybody has been discussing, I mean, by everybody, I mean, Hikaru has been almost exclusively playing h3, h5. I think Sergei Karyakin, when he was still a Berlin player, he would also defend the h3, h5 perimeter. Magnus has done that as well. But against Anish here, he goes h6, which is a kind of an older line, which is less popular. And a4, a6, a6 is not your usual move here, but it's so often used by black in order to at least give yourself an option of playing c6, c5, because you really don't want to be blundering knight b5 here. If you imagine black playing c5 here, after knight b5 he basically resigns. This is a very typical Berlin scenario where the pawn on c7 is attacked and black really has no pieces on the board which can protect it. So a4, a6, Anish played a5, and now the bishop went all the way to h7. White, of course, used this opportunity to play 5 e6, which is something you very much want to do in the Berlin. The pawn on e5 is often kind of getting in the way of white developing his own initiative. Bishop f4 becomes much more attractive as a next move. Magnus played knight d5, takes, bishop f4 played. If black survives the next couple of moves relatively unscathed, he should be fine. But because there's the king on e8, and white can definitely develop some initiative against it, I'm not prepared to judge what this position is. I think the choice here should be between c6 and c5. C5 looks sort of more ambitious, but it also gives white targets to play against. I'm not sure you need to be ambitious in this position. C6 looks more restrained and still sort of more in keeping with what this position, I suspect, is about. White probably plays something like rook e1. Black will, I think, eventually have to do something like this. And then if you imagine white, let's say, having this rook lift with a knight still on e6 and still alive, you would assume that white is doing very, very well, but the a3 square is covered by the bishop on f8. And conversely, if you give black like 2 tempi here to play bishop b7, rook h e8, or rook a e8, I think black will be completely fine as well. So it's a very tempo-oriented position. Of course, white always can bail out with knight takes f8, which even actually slightly, this resulting endgame, if you imagine some kind of an endgame like this, it is definitely ever so slightly better for white because these 3 pawns control these 4 pawns really, really efficiently. So white effectively has an extra pawn on the king side here, but it's going to be, well nigh impossible to convert this into a full point because, starting to push on the king, so it's just very difficult to get this rolling. Magnus has been in the tank for a while after bishop f4. I wonder which option he ends up choosing. In the meantime, Hikaru is, as I mentioned, just completely winning, I think, in this position. It's just very, very difficult to figure out how, black even has, sort of ever has any kind of a drawing chance. I suspect you can maybe even play knight takes d6, knight d8, knight b7, rook e5, and win this position, but that doesn't feel like the cleanest technical solution. You probably go queen f6 check, king g8, and then do something here. I'm not entirely sure what, though. But there probably is a solution because I think Hikaru went for this quite confidently. You can, for instance, play rook c1. Your pawn on b6 was hanging. Now the knight on e4 is also hanging, but I suspect you probably cannot take it because of rook c8, knight f8, and queen d8, and white probably gives mate first because there's really only one check on e1 here. So yeah, queen f6, king g8 already played. Let's see what Hikaru does here. You could also, in some positions, consider going g2, g4. Like it feels unnecessary, but if it's winning on the spot, like if you can actually do this and you are prepared to calculate a little bit, I suspect this might just finish the game on the spot. It's very, very possible that this just ends the game there and then. So this would be another way for Hikaru to pretty much, or at least attempt to wrap this up tactically. But he does go rook c1. I kind of expected that. It's very difficult, I think, to force yourself to make a move like g2, g4 here, because if you end up miscalculating, this is how you maybe do not go. Maybe you end up not winning because those positions become double-edged. Let me check if the other. Yeah, we actually have game 4 running in the Rajabov match, and they've progressed very, very far. This is quite curious. This is the position in game 4 of Rajabov where, okay, I've just missed when it started, so it's many moves in and also some time in. They played a Kalashnikov, which I think is a decent enough choice by Timur in a must-win game. I am somewhat surprised actually that Wesley didn't go bishop b5. I think they accepted, like, the general wisdom is that bishop b5 offers you more opportunities to keep things under control. But the Kalashnikov is also fine. And yeah, these types of positions, they sometimes become very sharp. But it seems like Wesley knows what he's doing. Here, for instance, he already starts offering repetitions. Of course, Timur is in no way interested in repeating. So they continue kind of playing normally. I'm really blazing past all of this because there's no way we can actually analyze openings with all the things that are going on. And now, I don't know if knight takes d6 was missed or if Timur didn't really have a better choice here. But castles was met by knight takes d6, a small combination based obviously on this relatively simple tactic. And now white has an extra pawn. The knight on d6 is slightly stuck. but you can definitely just play knight f5 at some point, return it, and claim you have the two bishops, and you are not. Actually, it's not stuck at all. You can go to b5. What am I talking about? Should be quite good for white. Although with the knight on g4 and potentially the bishop coming out to b6, you can imagine black developing some sort of counterplay here for sure. It's not impossible that this becomes quite sharp. Although I still expect Wesley to be able to get a grip on things here and control the narrative, so to speak. Back to the other games. Hang on a second. So what were we watching? In the Berlin, things are progressing slowly. I expect the Berlin to kind of dry out. Hikaru found a way to sort of win the c-pawn. So after rook c1, Mvl played d5, and Hikaru found this nice tactical idea of rook c7, knight c7, check. It's interesting that Mvl... okay, maybe after knight e8, white does something like knight c5, and then b7, b8. That is probably the reason he hasn't done that. Or possibly queen takes e8, and you cannot play king h7 because I think this wins. Queen f7, knight g5, and then knight takes f7, and the b pawn decides. And if you play king g7, white picks up on e5 and then continues with all the advantages of his position. So Mvl instead play king g7, bc, but here the problem is you would like to give a perpetual as usual from these two squares, but unfortunately the newly promoted queen controls the c1 square, so you only give one check and then you no longer have any checks. And Mvl actually just resigns after b takes c7, doesn't continue the game here at all, which means that Hikaru actually wins the second set, and they will... I'm not sure what the timeline is, how much time they get as a break here between this game and the start of the tie breaks, but Hikaru does strike back after yesterday and is now, I assume, you know, well, momentum is probably the most overused word in sports, but he definitely kind of crushed day two. He was by far the better player today, Hikaru, and I think taking that into account, he should start as a favorite in the tiebreak. I don't know where that starts, though. We will get news on that if and when. As mentioned, the Berlin, sort of as expected, the bishop on f8 got taken off the board, and yes, Anish is a little bit better. I quite like rook d4, rook b4. It's a bit of an annoying idea for black, but yeah, rook d8, rook d7. Against somebody like Magnus, you don't win very many of these. Although you can definitely torture him for a while here with white, with absolutely no risk. So I think Anish actually should do that. He should play something like rook b4, rook d7, bishop b3. Of course, you don't want to allow c5, d4. So you play bishop b3, and then you start kind of shuffling around. There's like rook a3, b3 ideas maybe in some position. You generally want to play f3, king f2. You would maybe like to take one pair of rooks off the board to never have to worry about any counterplay. And yeah, it's a pleasant little edge, but it's a pleasant little edge. You don't really expect to convert versus somebody like Magnus. And that's extremely likely to be the third draw in their set, with Magnus, just as yesterday. No, actually, that's not true. Yesterday, Magnus won game 4 with black, and this time he will be playing with the white bits. In the meantime, the other game that is running is game 4 in the Rajabov match, where, as I described, black has, you know, white is just a healthy pawn up, but you do get these types of ideas on the king side. And yeah, white will have to be kind of careful here, because if you give black a tempo, or potentially two, this does become quite dangerous for white. Even let's say if you just make some kind of a waiting move, like something stupid like b3, we're ignoring the fact that I've just blundered a pawn. I just want to illustrate how strong f5 potentially is. Fe4 is already a threat with a tremendous amount of pressure on the f2 pawn. F4 is also a very strong threat potentially, and if you do this, knight takes g3 becomes a huge issue for white. So ugly as it looks, you might actually consider playing bishop b3 here, just to make sure that f5 gets stopped straight away. But it's an incredibly unpleasant move to make from like an aesthetic viewpoint. So I think Wesley, if there's anything else at all he can do here, he will do something else. One potential candidate here would be to play a5. I assume black plays bishop c5. There's also this weird move rook a8, which may or may not be playable, I'm not sure. But if black does play bishop c5, you do with white have the option of playing knight c7 and knight d5, perhaps achieving some valuable trades. But you have to calculate this quite correctly, because like queen b3, for instance, is already a bit scary. Queen takes g3 is not a joke. And also game 4 started in the Aronian Nepomniachtchi match, where I think Levon is leading with +1, right? I lose my scores a little bit. But yeah, Jan is +1 in that match, and Lev has to win. Jan, perhaps unsurprisingly, does not repeat his somewhat speculative exchange sack that he played in the previous game with. Hang on a second. Why can't I make moves? Done something weird somewhere. Please let me make moves. Currently, the program is not cooperating with me for some reason, but yeah, he played knight a6 instead of castles here. I guess now after knight a4, you have the option of playing knight d7. Yeah, it's specifically the move castles that the program was not allowing me to make. Not sure why. I guess it doesn't agree with castling in that position. So knight e6 is a proposed improvement by Team Nepomniachtchi to what he's done in game 2. I honestly thought the exchange sack in game 2 looked correct to me, but then it kind of went off the rails, and he was supposed, I think, to have lost that game, but saved it. Yeah, maybe I wasn't doing it right. Yeah, let me try that again. Hooray! Somebody taught me how to castle. Today is a good day. Today I learned how to castle. Excellent. And Levon goes knight h3, which is something you occasionally do in these types of positions, because you definitely want to push f4. But if black actually prepares for that idea and deal with it, it's not that threatening. You can, I think black is probably by this point set up well enough to allow white to take on c6 here, to go knight c6, and that's what Jan does. You can still consider doing something like this, and yeah, Lev just instantly does exactly what I was about to show on the demonstration board. Takes f3, the knight goes to f2, and we are now planning to try and exploit the weaknesses on f5 and c5 and c6. But there is a lot of potential play in the center and on the king side, so a very sharp position, which I would hesitate to evaluate at first glance. I have no idea if this is better for white or black or whoever. But probably exactly what Levon needed, because it's very disbalanced. Considering he absolutely has to win this game, he, I think, welcomes any kind of a non-symmetrical, non-standard position with open arms. Yeah, f2, f5, knight f2, and Jan instantly goes h5, which I think is a clever idea, because you want to soften up the white king side as much as possible. You want to play h4, rook f6 to g6 also comes to mind. There's a lot of play that white has to parry quite accurately, and I think the inclusion of rook b8 and b3 is indicating that he just wants to go knight a4, rook b5. It looks quite awkward for black to place this rook on this horrible square, but the knight on a4 is also not a very proud piece, and if white actually is not winning the pawn on c5, you can make an argument that these two guys kind of cancel each other out, and the pawn on c5 survives. Levon goes king h1, which is also very understandable. You have to start preparing for some eventualities on the king side. In fact, after h4, I suspect you probably play g4. I don't think opening the h file is such a great idea for white here, although you could kind of crawl with your pieces towards better squares. But I think h4, g4 also makes a ton of sense. Continuing to fight for the light squares. I think Jan is really not obliged to play h4 so quickly. What else do we have running? Wesley did play 5 bishop c5 and continued with bishop f3 here. I guess the point of this move is just to have king g2 as an option, because I don't think if after f5, I still don't believe we can take on f5. Although maybe he calculated that he can do this. It looks very, very scary to me, but perhaps Wesley is convinced that black has nothing here. I would be really, really scared about this position, though. I would be in a lot of sort of blind panic here if I had to play this with white, because I think king h2 might genuinely be the only move you can even make because of those threats. You can, of course, not go king g2 because this wins a queen. So you have to play king h2. I currently don't see how this loses for white. But even, let's say, if black adds one more piece to the attack, it's just tremendously scary. But you do, as usual in these types of positions, you do have to hurry with black, because what Wesley, I think, wants most of all in this position is to take on g4 and then play bishop e3. And if those types of simplifications happen, this is what Wesley is very much trying to achieve, trying to get as many light pieces off the board as possible. In fact, maybe you can even make an argument after f5 for doing it anyway. It looks scary to allow f4, but maybe it's not that problematic, because now the black pieces aren't really participating in giving mate so well, and you can find some good square for this queen and just stabilize. Still doesn't look very safe. Like, for instance, if you play queen b6, black plays queen b3. White is still, I think, in a lot of danger. You could very easily imagine losing this position with white, but we'll see. Timur makes an interesting little move. He goes queen c6, saying, now that a5 and bishop c5 has been included, the knight on b5 is sort of hanging, it's being supported by air, basically, and rook b8 is a very, very blunt force idea of just picking the knight on b5 up. But Wesley, I guess, kind of expected that, because he very quickly goes a6, which indicates that after rook b8 you have the tactic of a7, and if rook takes b5 he can play a8, and in the end of those trades white just picks up the rook on b5. Very, very curious game, and I think unless you're absolutely certain queen c6 wins material for you, you are not really advised to move away from your general idea, which I'm pretty sure should be giving mate on the king's side. Timur played rook d7. We can go a7. I assume he wants to go rook a8, but it starts looking like white will be surviving this. I'll keep an eye on that. There's also been a ton of development in the Aronian Nepomniachtchi game. Jan just played g7, g5 here, which is quite striking, saying that my center is so completely free from pressure from by the white pieces that I can do this without punishment. And after knight a4, rook b5, I assume white could sort of try and make a draw with knight c3, knight a4, but the match situation doesn't allow Levon to do that, so he goes bishop d2, g4, e4, trying to at least get something going in the center, and Jan replies with knight d4. Looks like black is very much in control here. It really does feel like black is sort of doing all the running here. I assume you have to play f3, f4, because fg just looks horrible. You've opened the f file, this knight goes here, even the rook could go here, and white has like nothing to show for it. If you go f4, at least you are, doing something. You are hoping maybe to place some of your pieces in good squares. But I expect this position is just very good for black objectively, and also Jan has draw odds in this game, which is not insignificant. F4 played, by the way. In the meantime, our Berlin endgame, Anish is doing the right thing. And this is actually how it can get somewhat scary. We're not going to go through all the moves that they made, but as mentioned, it's very useful for white to trade one pair of rooks. And in this particular position, although, no, I wanted to say if another pair of rooks comes off, it's maybe not such an easy draw, but it is an easy draw. If Magnus gives this check and goes rook e2, if you take on e2, you will win the c5, I mean the b7 pawn. But the issue is that doesn't win you the game, it only wins you a pawn. Because with the bishop on b5, I'm pretty sure this is a very, very straightforward fortress, which black never ever loses. So after rook e2, I think you're expected to play rook d1. But that plan of running with the king to b7 is actually quite annoying for black to deal with. We'll see. I mean, it's a free roll for Anish, so he is very much doing the right thing here in exploring all of his options and continuing to play. There's absolutely zero risk involved for white. In the meantime, in our Kalashnikov, after rook d7, and we, I think, are about to be rejoined by the glorious Simon, which I am very much in favor of. Wesley played bishop g5, bishop takes g4, and then included queen c4 check, which I think was the point of including bishop g5 and f6, and then bishop e3, and the queens have come off. I assume he is now choosing, actually, it's a serious choice between rook f2 and king f2. I think there's a serious argument to be made for taking with the king here, and then going rook fc1 or even rook fd1 is possible. Looks like only white really can be better here because of how strong the pawn on a6 is. And considering Wesley only needs a draw in this position, I assume this goes into tie breaks as well.
Hey, Peter, can you hear me?
Yes.
Brilliant. And thank you for calling me glorious. I don't know if I've ever been called glorious before, so that is this was the first time.
It's that beard. It's that beard, Simon. I don't know. It is awe-inspiring.
It is quite shocking, isn't it, actually? It's a good way for me to wake up in the morning when I look in the mirror and it just blasts me with light.
Yes.
So, yeah. So how are the games getting on at the moment?
There's a lot of interesting stuff, although this game, I think, just to rephrase, somewhere around here, I thought the position was extremely sharp, and I couldn't really figure out why you wouldn't play f5 in this position. I'm pretty sure in your game, the move f5 would have been played in the first 3 seconds after bishop f3 was played by white. But Timur, I think, got slightly distracted by the idea of actually catching this knight on d5, which never really materialized. And I think now he is, considering he needs to win this game, he is in a very, very bad situation, because like you don't really imagine white sort of ever losing this endgame. You sometimes can definitely imagine white not winning this endgame, because you still have some counterplay with black, and rook d2 check. Actually, the one way for white to lose this endgame would be to rook d2 check, for Wesley to think, wow, this is a piece blunder, and just go king d3 randomly, and then after rook f d8, there's genuinely no defense against rook d8, rook a3 mate, or at least no defense that kind of really makes you happy. But of course, king e1 instead is extremely playable, and yeah, maybe this is what you should do. Now you go rook h2, and yeah, this is still a game. I'm a little bit surprised by rook fc1 specifically because of this. I thought rook fd1 was the way to make sure you never ever are in any danger in this game. I'm also a bit surprised rook d2 hasn't been played yet, because I really don't know what other moves you can even make in this position with black.
Okay, hopefully the echo's gone. I mean, if we do have any slight issues, they always go very quickly, so you don't need to freak out too much in the chat. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to go to a tiebreak, right? I mean, there's going to be, I think there's going to be a lot of tiebreaks, which we are extremely happy about.
Magnus is holding this very comfortably. I'll just briefly bring up the fact that Magnus did manage somehow to get the rooks off the board, and yeah, now the pawn on b7 will be gone, but that's just one pawn. It doesn't change the evaluation in any way. The bishop goes back to b5 and holds everything together very comfortably. So this will be a draw. Jan, I assume, is like, if he needed to win this position, I assume he would actually be well on the way to win it with black, but he only really needs a draw in this game, so I think he is doing quite well. Timur hasn't played rook d2 check. What am I missing? Explain to me why you don't play rook d2 check in this position. Maybe just king g1 is the reason. But still, this looks slightly more cheerful than playing knight a7. Like knight a7, you know you are never winning this. Because you will never even have a single trick to play for. It's just so utterly safe for white. I guess he sort of is at peace with the idea that this is going to a tiebreak by now.
Yes. I mean, it was a strange kind of a decision. Oh, by the way, we're just getting a message from Lewis. We are just trying to sort out any things. I've been told, can you tell Peter to mute himself and then unmute himself? If that makes any sense.
Hang on a second. My mic is in Teams, right?
It should be in Teams. Yeah.
Hang on.
So
let me.
we're just gonna get this sorted, guys.
Is this better?
Okay. Let's know, Lewis, and in the chat. We'll make sure we get on top of that as soon as we can. Yeah. I mean, by the looks of it, if you can hear, we're gonna have. I think at least, well, 3 tie breaks probably is very likely. I am reading the chat, Blitz King. I'm keeping an eye on the Twitch chat just in case. It's the same apparently. So, Lewis, any other suggestions how we can try to get the mic going, which is a little bit odd. So we're working on it as we say and as we go. I mean, hearing 2 Peters is not so bad, right? I mean, at least you're not hearing 2 of me. That would be really bad.
Is this any better?
You're a little bit low now.
Because I've actually switched to, I think, the proper device on. In the settings there. This might be better, but I don't know.
Okay, we'll see. I'm just waiting to get an update from Lewis. I'm sure we'll get through this soon. So now you're fine, Peter, and I've got an echo apparently. So
yeah,
it's the way it goes sometimes, isn't it? Someone's saying the curse of Lawrence. Can we blame it on Lawrence? I don't know if we can blame this.
We can blame everything on Lawrence. In particular, now that he is gone, but. I don't know if in this particular case this is a factual attribution of blame, but that never really concerned us earlier, so we probably shouldn't start being concerned by that now.
No, good old Lawrence. You've done lots of commentary of Lawrence, right, Peter? I mean,
I've done some, not as much as I think you would expect, but I've definitely done some in my life for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Always a pleasure. Never a chore.
It's fun. Yeah, it's an interesting experience. But
yeah, good. Okay. Well, hopefully, I don't know if the sound is now getting better. We'll just wait for this a little bit. Okay, I'm going to leave and try rejoining. So I'll be quiet and let Peter continue for now. We'll just get this sorted.
Yeah, and just as I was saying, there was never going to be any counterplay in the Rajabov game. This is what we have on the screen now. I don't know if that's enough. Because there is still the issue of black not really ever being able to. I mean, that's not true. He's just played rook 8 d2, and now after a7, you can do something like this. You can pick up the pawn on b2, and then at your leisure, you can do something like this. And this rook ending is not a certain draw for white by any stretch. Rook c7, we go b3, rook b7, we go b2, and this may be a draw, but even if it is a draw, it's not a draw you make every single time. You definitely can imagine white losing this position, which is quite remarkable considering that, like, I really don't think this is a very sharp endgame if white plays it properly. But maybe I'm just mistaken. Maybe rook d8 is rook d8 followed by the rook. becoming very active, it was always going to be a significant source of counterplay here. We'll see. In the meantime, there is a lot of really sharp stuff going on in the Nepo game, but I assume it all ends up with black being much better, because currently the threat, of course, is hg queen h2 mate. I think you're more or less obliged to play rook h1, and in this position, for instance, you can go h3, king f1, and just I think the simplest is to go ef, gf, fe, attacking the pawn on f4. There's also actually a knight on c5 hanging, but that's kind of a minor nuisance to comparing with the fact that white has this extremely weird setup and only really has one pawn to show for it. Shouldn't really be all that good for white at all. And you have to remember that Levon actually has to win this position somehow.
Okay, is there still an echo, guys? Let me know. Yeah, it's back. Okay. And I see Peter camera's gone, but we'll try again. Okay,
Hang on a second. Let me. How is my camera gone? This is
peculiar.
This is wrong.
Excuse me. So we will wait and see. I think I'm not going to speak too much because the echo is going to be extremely annoying. I might jump out.
And yeah, in the meantime, this game is continuing exactly as we were expecting. Yeah, Jan is a huge favorite to strike back. Actually, no, hang on, not. Yeah, I mean he's winning the set if he doesn't lose this game, and then there's a tie break. The rook endgame now. Hang on. How did this happen? Wesley did something very clever. Instead of playing a7, which looks like it's the most obvious move in the world, he played rook b1 instead, trying to not give up the pawn on b2 so easily, because if black takes on b2 here, of course there's rook a5, which is quite annoying. You do have to calculate a rook takes g3, for instance, in this position. But I guess Wesley is just planning to play a7, because he is not really very worried about losing the rook on b1 when he's making a queen on the other side of the board. And Timur, in the end, on 17 seconds, finds a very striking idea of playing a5. But the issue for black, actually, is that, somewhat surprisingly, in order to give mate with the two rooks on the 7th or the 2nd, the black pawn needs to reach f3 or h3. It doesn't really... g3 doesn't work well enough. So my point is, actually, if I just blithely goes a6, a7, this probably is mate, because rook h2, rook g2, and rook h1 is mate. But obviously white is not obliged after a7, f4 to do that. For instance, you can play gf, and this is what Wesley has played. And this is the point I was making earlier. Like, g3 looks very threatening, but there's actually no mate with the pawn on g3, because it still only really supports the perpetual. There is no way for these two rooks to consolidate in such a way that the pawn on g3 participates in the mating threats. So eventually you might have to play ef, and that at least gives white additional options of playing rook h5 and then rook g5 check, which is probably not a useless resource. And yeah, I think this game ended in a draw, which means there will be a tie break in that match. In the meantime, this is the position in our game between Leveronian and Jan Nepomniachtchi, in which Jan only needs a draw to win the second set. Knight f6 check looks like maybe the only try white had. No, he actually played rook f6 instead. But this just looks very grim for white after something like queen e5, because of all of these pieces which really aren't participating in the game properly. Should be fantastic for black, even if you don't take into the account that black needs a draw here. And Jan also is very much in control on the clock, so yeah, I expect this to go well for him. And the fourth game of the Carson-Geary match is about to start soonish. Watch Hikaru versus Mvl. The Hikaru versus Mvl match has finished. Have they started the tiebreak? Let me check. I don't really see it on my screen. Hang on. This is, whoa, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize this was going on. It's all my fault. And yeah, we get to this game really late with MVL maybe winning, maybe not. Probably actually winning the e7 pawn queens now. This is quite striking. Apologies for entirely missing this game. I will not miss the second one. I didn't realize this game started. This was, I think, a repeat of what they played in one of the rapid games. But for some reason, Hikaru, who played bishop f5 in this position in the rapid, chooses to go bishop takes f3 here in the blitz. And this eventually backfired for him quite badly, and he ends up losing. So MVL goes 1 up in the blitz, and now Hikaru needs to strike back. He needs to strike back with the white pieces in the second blitz game. And once again, apologies for just completely missing the fact that this was a live game, that I didn't realize they were starting. In the Aronian Nepomniachtchi game, this is currently the position. I'm slightly surprised he didn't play queen e5. He played rook bf5, allowing knight g3, but I'm sure he has some kind of a tactical solution here that he thought was strong. Something along the lines of knight d2 check, followed by rook takes f2, I guess. Something like that. Very weird position. Yeah, I'm not sure why you would force yourself to calculate all of this. Yeah, knight d2 played, but now you have to calculate moves like king e1, for instance. I don't know what happens if you play king e1. And I would be, like, I try to be as practical as possible in these types of spots. And I would probably avoid doing this with black if I could. But yeah, queen e8 check. This is very clever. I just didn't see Jan doesn't miss those geometries. Queen e8 check just wins on the spot because we have now sidestepped the fork, and the rook on f6 gets picked up next move. So that actually conclusively ends the game there and then, pretty much. This will be decided on a tiebreak as well. So what we have is 3 tiebreaks and the 4th rapid game in Carson-Geary, with Carson playing the white pieces, and if he wins, he goes through. If it's a draw, they play the tiebreak for the second set, not the tiebreak for the entire match, but the tiebreak for the second set. There's a difference. And if Anish wins, they play a tiebreak for the entire quarterfinal. Yeah, all of these games will be starting at kind of random intervals. It's not altogether clear to me what the timeline is. The Nepomniachtchi Aronian match just finished. I assume they will get some kind of a breather. Would be weird for the organizers to force them to restart straight away. I assume they get some time, but the Rajabov game is probably starting quite soon. Yeah, I see all of them on my screen. So the assumption is that they're all starting reasonably soon. Let's try and find the first tiebreak game between MVL and Hikaru, because we did miss it altogether. I won't be able to tell you very much. As I mentioned, like up to here, I'm sure Simon and I think Lawrence was in the studio by this point. They actually had this position on the board in one of the rapid games, and after bishop d3, Hikaru played bishop f5. Maxim responded by doing this, and the game was eventually drawn. Or maybe he played queen b6 instead. Yeah, maybe it was queen b6, not queen c7. I'm not sure. But in this game, instead, Hikaru played knight c6, and they played this heavy piece position, which I would hesitate to call an endgame, where I think it's quite optically obvious why white is slightly better, because the king is safer. There is this plan of f5, f6, which MVL put into motion very quickly. And yeah, in the blitz game, I think you always expect white to do extremely well in a position like this because it's just so difficult to defend a position like this one with such a difference in king safety. I think Hikaru probably has done well to stabilize up to here. And I think he probably thought he defended against most of the things. And then MVL uncorked this fantastic idea of queen f6, giving up the rook on d5 to take on h6. And even after rook c1, rook f3, the same threat is still very much in place. Hikaru took on d5, queen f6. In order not to get mated, black had to play rook h1 check. But despite all of these heroics, this ends up still not being a draw. And I think the final nail in the coffin was this extremely nice intermediate move of e5, e6 check, which forces black to play king e7. And now after queen takes e8, the the e-pawn actually decides. As we have seen earlier, this is just a nuke win. Very, very nicely played game by MVL from a certain point onwards. But you have to wonder why Hikaru just did not repeat what he did in Rapid, because I think the position he got in Rapid looked just outright safer than this. But also clearly, you don't deviate from something you've done earlier, which didn't even lose you the game without some reason. So I'm sure he found, I guess, some improvements for white after the bishop f5 ideas. So far, no other games have started. We're still waiting for the second game in this match. We're still waiting for game 4. Still a rapid game in the Hikaru Carson match, which is also kind of interesting because they're still playing a rapid game where everybody else has done their duty in the rapid and are now playing the blitz. So the pace of the Carlson Hikaru match is sort of much slower. And as you are guys absolutely correctly stating, they are now live in game 2 of MVL versus Hikaru, with MVL needing a draw. I think they also played no, they didn't play this line because I think Hikaru, yesterday he did this in a must-win game against MVL, and he was much worse out of the opening there. And today he just completely declines to take on f6 altogether, and this is now the position on the board, which should be very, very nice for black, honestly. It's an ideal scenario. You can even play knight b. Oh, okay, so knight f3, knight h4 is probably the reason why Hikaru has done this, because if the bishop, so if black is in time to play like h5, bishop h7 here, you start preferring black in this position because it's like a Slav with reverse colors, or whatever other comparison you would like to make. But I think black is fine either way. Bishop b4 is a very clever move. You obviously don't want to be taking because then after bishop b4 there is a fork. So Hikaru goes a4. a6 is a very understandable reply, kind of cuts out on any kind of bishop b5 ideas, also stops a5, a6 plans. I think black is very comfortable here. But we'll see. Somewhat strangely, I would argue that the bishop on g5 would have been better sort of back in white's camp here. Because if you play f3 here, bishop g6 takes, this bishop on g5 is sort of misplaced. It's really not where it's supposed to be, and it will potentially even come under some pressure if you imagine some kind of bishop d6 positions. Rook h5 will become an issue later. So it's not immediately obvious what white is even supposed to do with this bishop on e4. And black, considering that he only needs a draw, would be extremely happy to play something like h6 here, force a lot of the light pieces off the board. And yeah, this is what Hikaru ends up having to do. Just allow h6, take on f6, take on e4. But it's going to be difficult, to put it mildly, to create much of a dynamic chance here for white. And MVL actually does something which I think is quite strong, but also is interesting because I think d4 forcing white to play for this G3 knight G2 setup because knight on H4 was kind of misplaced. I think it's very decent for black, but also he only needs a draw. So I think there was definitely a temptation here for him to keep the position as symmetrical as possible. But yeah, of course, black is completely fine. Even if the knight goes to G2, it still has no real squares to aim for. I would argue that even including G5, knight G2, and just playing calmly here with the knight completely hamstrung on G2 is not stupid. But yeah, Maxim doesn't need to do that. But it's definitely an option because white would like to get something like this going. Maxim goes for something very, very concrete, though. He goes CD4, ED4, knight D5, threatening this. And also, if knight G2, there's a very strong move, bishop G5, maybe with potential E3 follow-up. Also, F5 is is decent, but yeah, I think Hikaru is extremely happy about this because he is probably worse here, just straight up worse. I think black is doing very, very well right now. But this is now a position where, you know, you can definitely misplay this with black. You can definitely make mistakes. Although white is just in trouble because the pawn on A4 is hanging. There's also a huge, yeah, knight B4 just wins an exchange now, right? I'm pretty sure knight B4 just wins an exchange, and yeah, that's what MVL does. This is trouble for Hikaru. I mean, I think it's just a lost position. You can't really, you go knight E1 or rook C1, but yeah, you are just, like this is just bad for white, and he also has to play this for a win somehow. I mean, occasionally black doesn't win positions like this, but how do you lose this? There's also some other games currently in progress. Magnus is playing his white game against Anish, but I think we'll stick with this one until it finishes, because this is basically a decisive game, very likely to be the decisive game in this quarterfinal. So we can definitely let Anish and Magnus finish the opening before we switch back to it. Yeah, and here, there's really not very much that needs to be said about this position. Black is basically a healthy exchange up in a must-draw game. So, yeah, this is not great for Hikaru at all. You can even make an argument for something like knight takes c3. Like if you do this, obviously it's in no way obligatory, but your pieces are so active that I think you never lose this either. But yeah, obviously there's absolutely no reason to sacrifice anything for MVL. He is doing very well. He's doing very well, just keeping the position going. But there was definitely some temptation to just kind of settle the issues there, get as many pieces off the board as possible to simplify. With the pawn on f7, I think white kind of just resigns here. If you imagine black, you know, being allowed by the rules of chess to play f5, f7 here, there is not a semblance of any counterplay here at all. But with a slightly weakened pawn on e6, you can definitely continue playing, and there maybe will be some tactical chances, but it's not great. It's not great at all. You can just go king h8 here or king h7, whichever one feels like more logical to you. Just sort of sidestepping any kind of potential shenanigans along this diagonal. I guess Hikaru goes knight h4 now, but he can never really trade any pieces because he is a bit too much material down. You can, like, if you go knight h4, you're not actually threatening to take on d5 and take on f5 in the end, because those endgames will be completely lost. So he has to continue, you know, generating some kind of trickery. I like bishop h5, knight h4. That's quite clever. Let me just check what's happening. So yeah, I think probably this is the best position Hikaru's had in a while. MVL has sort of mispositioned his pieces a little bit, and now he has to start giving up material. Yeah, this is now very much a game. After rook takes e6, I expect MVL will probably try knight takes e3, but I'm not sure if it's working. If Hikaru actually manages to pull this one back, it will be a huge turnaround, because MVL absolutely bossed the early game. But yeah, starting from somewhere around here, I think MVL did not play very precisely. So now, yeah, Hikaru is definitely is in with a shout. And he maybe wisely decides to not give MVL anything simple to calculate, just goes 95, says, make a move now, sir. Which is actually a lot trickier than you would expect. The queen has no real moves. The knight cannot really move because it allows queen takes e6, and MVL makes a very awkward move, king g8. And now, like, you have the option of maybe c4 followed by bishop f7 check, but I think probably c4 allows queen b4, which is why you don't want to be doing that. But this is definitely the best Hikaru stood in this game so far, at least after, I don't know, move 3. And I appear to have completely usurped the channel. I apologize to Simon for doing this to him. And we both, I think, apologize for our slight inability to deal with the tech issues. No blame attaches to Louis or anybody. I'm pretty sure it's just me cursing everything I touch. But yeah, for the time being, I appear to be doing this solo, which is less fun without Simon, honestly. I kind of I was really looking forward to doing this together with Simon, because we've done some work previously, and I really enjoyed every minute of it. Simon is very good at this and a lot of fun to hang with. But yeah, for the time being, it's just me. And somebody with mod privileges could maybe put up a poll to do with the like, which would you? I think your choice is me doing this solo or Simon doing this solo. So if you want to put it to the public, which of the two they prefer, I am, I'm happy to continue doing this. This is fun, but I kind of realize this is Ginger's channel, and I probably should at some point hand it over to him. After bishop d3, this is really anybody's game. This is tremendously nicely, I mean, both very nicely played by Hikaru, and I have to say probably very poorly played by MVL, because I have a feeling this is just a flat-out bad position for black. Even after, like 95 rook f8 and something like rook d6, this is just, like, probably just winning for white. And considering where we were, like, 10 moves ago, it's quite striking that this is what this game has come to. I really expected it to be very much over, and the other Blitz games also have started, so I don't know if we should be. There's a little bit too much action going on. This is the position in the first Blitz game between Tamor and Wesley. I assume Wesley holds this. Levon and Jan are still discussing this English. And in this game, yeah, I am now fully expecting Hikaru to win. I think not just because of the amazing turnaround in fortunes, but also I think objectively this position probably is just bad for black. The white pieces are a little bit too well coordinated. Although MVL still has the edge on the clock, so nothing is hopeless for him yet. But I really do feel like the board situation favors Hikaru tremendously now. At some point he will just start pushing the things on the queen side, and black will have no answer, I expect. But it's still very much game on. And in the last rapid game of the Carson Geary match, for some reason they're playing the Alapin. I mean, for some reason, because Magnus played the Alapin, obviously. And they're playing one of the sharper Alapins known to man. I have no idea what the theory is here. Yeah, Anish is trying to just balance things, which I think is wise, but after something like bishop e3, I feel like white is doing quite well anyway. Yeah, Hikaru, as chat wisely tells us, Hikaru is completely crushing here, and yeah, no surprise. The extra exchange is not being felt at all, and eventually white just starts collecting. Bishop c4 probably wins the exchange now. Bishop c4 followed by knight e6 as a fork. Maybe you can go rook g7 and then the bishop hangs, but yeah, like MVL loses this position 9 times out of 10, I feel. And then we have an actual Armageddon. Very exciting times, but MVL once again losing from a very, very advantageous situation in a short match. It is something, sadly, that we have seen from him earlier in his career as well. The extremely dramatic semi-final in Tbilisi in 2017, for instance, comes to mind, where he needed a draw with the black pieces against Leveronian, and he was, I think, close to winning and had more time on the clock, and somehow Levon managed to trick him. So sort of continuing in that vein. I don't really want to draw, too many conclusions. MVL is an absolute modern great. I don't want to cast any aspersions or anything, but sadly, it's not. Sadly, it's not the first time this has happened. And yeah, as you can see, the game concludes. The game concludes with Hikaru winning, and I will be keeping as close of an eye as possible on when the Armageddon starts, because I think we drop everything and watch the Armageddon. And Magnus quite strikingly decides that bishop e3 is very, very pedestrian and takes on a7 there, saying the bishop is not going to get caught. I don't have to worry about all of that, and that's a healthy pawn you've just given me, so nom nom. Honestly, it does look like he might be right. You can just take on d5 and play something like, I don't know, knight fd4 or even knight fd2 or something. And yeah, this kind of an endgame. There's still some tricks, but and we're being told that Sese also really dislikes this for black. And you're not even obliged to trade queens, honestly. It's very possible that you can play something like just knight d2 here and play with the queens on. You are not really obliged to simplify. The Rajabov Saw game is, well, progressing sort of as expected. Not much has happened here. Will be a draw. The English between these guys is arguably the quietest English they've had so far, because Levon gave up on the weird knight h3 maneuvers, and they're playing some kind of a normal position where Levon is maybe a little bit better, but normally black is not suffering all that much. Although here, honestly, the pawn on c5 is quite weak. Maybe white is significantly better. We'll see. And yeah, I am very much waiting for the Armageddon between MVL and Hikaru. That's the game I want to watch and talk about. Yeah, Magnus does take on d5 and goes knight fd4. I guess the point here is that if you take, of course, Magnus will take just with the knight, not the king, not even allowing knight f4 check ideas. So Giri goes back to d7. But the issue is, yes, the bishop on a7 currently has no squares, but it also has no natural predators, so to speak. So I think white is, you can maybe even waste a tempo on something like g3 to stop knight f4. I don't think black can do very much against this knight and bishop on a7. We'll see. Any idea who chooses white-black for the Armageddon? Highest seed. So I guess it's Hikaru choosing, which means Hikaru probably chose black. And in fact, on my screen, it says MVL versus Hikaru in the Armageddon. So unsurprisingly, Hikaru opts for the more pragmatic option, which I think is the choice of most people in that situation, with some notable exceptions. I think the one that I normally think of first is my good friend Sasha Grishuk, who generally picks white in that spot. But yeah, most people pick black. One sec. Yeah, Magnus played bishop c4. I assume after knight f4 you can play g3 now. If knight d3 we can take and play something like king d2. And eventually the bishop comes out and white just has a reasonably healthy extra pawn. So yeah, Anish will have to find some immediate counterplay. In the English, it looks like not very much, but actually these positions sometimes are quite quite venomous because the even with very limited material, the pawn on c5 could definitely become a bit of an issue. And one thing we could try is me sort of disappearing off your screens and handing over to Simon, and then perhaps I could rejoin all the calls and see if that resolves the echo problem, because I do feel like I'm, hogging the channel a little bit too much here. So since there's a bit of a lull in action, let's try doing that. Let me try and hand over to the rightful owner of this wonderful channel, and I might be back. I might be back later. Let me just check with Louis. What else is going on? Yeah, strangely enough, this endgame has become a bit double-edged. I don't know why Tamor decided not just to make a reasonably quiet draw. He probably still makes the draw, but it's a bit of a weird decision to continue quote unquote pushing here. And now he's basically in this position, like, unless white does something, black never has any winning chances. And Tamor actually opted to play bishop f5 by himself, completely unprompted, and they are now discussing this rook endgame, which, like, I genuinely think you can lose this with white after something like, I don't know. Although if I play rook b4, there will be king g4, rook d6 counterplay. Maybe it's not that bad. Yeah, and I think the executive decision is I will probably wait until the Armageddon, cover the Armageddon, and then hand it over, because I think the absolute worst case scenario is that we initiate the handover and we miss parts of the Armageddon. That would be really, really tragic. So we're not going to do that. And in the Carlsen-Geary match, after knight f4 g3, Anish played rook fc8. And now he's 2 pawns down, and the bishop on a7. Really, black still has no good way of attacking it. So I assume black is in trouble here. It still looks a bit funky to have to have that bishop on a7, but I can see absolutely no way for black to exploit it. So I mean, you could maybe win some pawns back, but you're very much fighting for a draw. Perhaps it's actually time to try and cash it in by playing something like knight c5. But yeah, looks very dodgy for black. Don't really know if I like this at all. And okay, Armageddon is in full swing actually, and basically because they've been discussing this position non-stop, they blitzed out the first 23 moves more or less without thinking, and Hikaru tries an absolutely new move here. He doesn't go bishop f5, doesn't go bishop f3, goes knight c6, and this is now the position on the board. And honestly, I like this probably the least of all the things he's done, because I think you generally, like this particular material that he left on the board, the bishop on g4 against the knight on d4, is, in my opinion, probably the least favored for black. But maybe he just generates enough counterplay on the queen side immediately with queen b6, rook fc8, and then maybe queen b4, rook c3, that type of play. But it's very, very easy to just get completely rolled on the king side here. White plays f3, stabilizes rook a d1, or queen e3, queen f4 is also very sensible. And then he just starts launching all of his pieces towards the black king. Rook d3 though. Ah, no, c8 is hanging. You cannot go rook d3 because queen takes g4, queen takes c8. I can't draw arrows worth a damn, as we all know. Yeah, but now after bishop d7, rook a d1, this is very, very scary for black. It's basically just a free roll for white. I am very surprised that this is the quote-unquote improvement that Hikaru has gone with. I think he had a, optically a more playable position in either of the previous two games, honestly. I really am not in love with this decision. Rook e d1 is a bit of a finesse. I think maybe MVL didn't like the fact that after rook a d1 there was this cute little tactic, rook d3, using the fact that the rook on e1 is hanging. So he goes rook e d1, Hikaru goes a4, But that doesn't actually generate any threats. We can just go rook d2 and ignore it. Whoa. What are you doing, Maxim? This I don't agree with at all. This I just don't agree with at all. I think you are supposed to try and give mate, in particular considering the tournament situation. Because the margins in an endgame like this, white is better. Make no mistake about it. I'm not questioning that white is better in this endgame. But the margins are so small in some kind of a, like you probably have to play something like b takes a4. And even if black just goes, I don't know, rook a3 or rook c2 or whatever, like how many of these do we actually win? This is a very, very shocking decision for me because you are just cutting into your margins so much by trading queens. And also I think Hikaru is just so happy to be playing this endgame instead of some kind of a position after, I don't know, rook d2, rook a d1, and then you try to push like a 3 g4, queen goes f4, f5, and so on. Very, very, I think from a practical standpoint, very questionable decision not to continue playing a middle game. And now we just go d4 and rook takes a2, and you're not even worse with black. I am not sure I understand this decision. And I generally don't like being like sharply critical of anything people of Maxim's caliber do. He is a better player than I am, and he understands why he does things. But in an Armageddon game, like if this were a rapid game, maybe 92 is quote unquote the correct way to proceed. But in an Armageddon game, I think you are supposed to keep your opponent as frightened as possible for as long as possible. Yes, you can still even maybe win this endgame. It's not a foregone conclusion that black always makes a draw here because there is some time difference and maybe the knight comes to d6 and the pawn is still on b7 and what have you. But yeah, I still really don't like the simplification that MVL has gone for there. I think he didn't need to. And as usual, like I don't really like ascribing psychological, nuances to people's decisions. But I think it's very difficult not to expect MVL to be at least slightly tilted after that game he just lost with the black pieces in a must-draw game where he was basically an exchange up out of the opening straight away. I think, anybody with a pulse would be sort of tilted by that game. Bishop e6 now, and yeah, black is just... Bishop d5 is also fine, but bishop e6 was maybe slightly cleaner. But yeah, like, Hikaru just never, ever loses this position now. Bishop d1, king f4, g5 check here, for instance. Yeah, g5 check, and yeah. If anyone, black is slightly better, but it's irrelevant because he only needs a draw. Yeah, I'm really not sure what happened there. This was not like you were not supposed to play this way. And yeah, once again, I normally am very respectful of any decision people of that caliber make, but yeah, I just hang on a second. Is Hikaru actually actively trying to lose this now after e6 check? But maybe this is a draw though. Yeah, king f5, king g4. This might be a draw, but probably is a draw actually. Yeah. So you see, there is so much leeway here for black that even if I'm pretty sure black were not supposed to allow any of this. I'm pretty sure this endgame could have been held without being a full piece down at any point, but even if that happens, you still probably end up not losing. Which only brings me back to my point. Like you want to keep as much tension in the position as possible when you're playing white in an Armageddon game. Yeah, I think even just running with the king towards the knight is a very easy draw. And now you can go back to e4. We can play g5. You can do like many things here. I think g5, g4 is also never really a mistake. In the meantime, just trying to check in with the other games. Anish will win some material back, I think, in his game. Games 2 of Rajabov and Nepomniachtchi matches have not started yet, so we're still. No, we're not watching them because they drew. I guess they either stumbled into some kind of a threefold or MVL realized there are no winning chances. Either way, Hikaru does progress to the semis. I've forgotten the bracket, but I'm sure somebody can refresh me on who he plays. Well, he doesn't have an opponent yet because that's really the only match that finished. But he's playing somebody in the semis. Coming through with a lot of adversity, facing a lot of adversity in the match. He lost day 1. I think they're playing in the final now. I don't think they're. I think that he's playing the winner of Rajabov. Pretty sure they are supposed to meet in the final with Magnus, because they finished 1 and 2 in the round robin. They are supposed to be on the other sides of the bracket and only meet in the final. So yeah, he lost day 1, and today he was much stronger in the rapid portion, and was honestly being completely outplayed in the blitz before somehow managing to find chances and to win the white game and then hold this one reasonably comfortably. After, I will just once again say that to me, in an Armageddon game, the decision to trade queens in this position is completely unthinkable. I think you play basically anything else. I also did not really like queen e3, queen f4. I thought it was already time to play f3 here and start pushing. I think you play f3, they go bishop d7, you go like rook a d1 here, and you actually start pushing for a 4 or 5 as early as possible. There's also ideas of playing e6 in some positions. This would have been quite scary for Hikaru, whereas, once this position appears on the board, you just assume black holds it. Anyway, I think, having said all that, I will now step away and let Simon assume controls, and perhaps we will try this after a bit to see if maybe the echo issues are gone. So there will be a short break right now, and then you will hear the mellifluous tones of the one and only Simon Williams. Cheers, everyone. Hey. And hopefully, welcome back, guys. Apparently, Levon actually lost the first Blitz game against Jan by blundering something really huge in one move and just resigning on the spot. So the weird position you hopefully can see on your screen there is Levon having to play for a win with black, choosing the hippo. And I think the hippo went slightly pear-shaped there. In particular, that sequence of knight e4, to which Levon replied queen c7 and got hit by queen c3, where queen takes e3 obviously immediately loses to knight takes d6 intermediate check. So he now has to play this weird position with the king in the center of the board. He will no longer be able to castle at all. So yeah, Jan is kind of in control here.
So let's see. I'm trying to talk now. Do we have an echo? This is the real test, or is it working? It'd be lovely to know if it's working. I mean, I actually caught you saying some very nice words, Peter. So thank you for that earlier. But it was loads of fun commentating with you before, and I hope it's something we can do in future. It seems like it's working. It seems like it's working.
Yeah, we appear to have fixed it by the old and tried method of closing everything down and starting it all over again. So yeah, did you try to close it and reopen it as the old?
I did. I literally closed everything. I also just went on Discord. I don't know if you've ever used Discord, Peter, but
I am very much on Discord these days.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, you are. It's the first time I've used it, and I just had a chat with some people in the chat on Discord, which was a little bit surreal, but quite fun as well. So yeah.
I was kind of cajoled into creating my own server today, but I am keeping that very, very stumm. I'm trying to keep the inhabitants of the server to 2 people, myself and one other person, and I'm not telling anybody else where the server is. I think it's safer that way.
So that is a challenge. That sounds like a challenge. So you know the way people work. They're certainly going to try to track you down now, I feel. And to be honest, Peter, I missed some of the actions. So what is the current state of affairs in the
current state of affairs is Magnus and Anish will play. They will also play a Blitz and potentially an Armageddon tiebreak, but that will be for the second set, as opposed to the tiebreaks the 3 other pairs are playing, which is for the entire quarterfinal. One is already finished. Mvl lost the Armageddon to Hikaru. And in the other one, the position we have on the board right now, this is the... Whoa, what's happening here? Okay, I guess Jan calculated something, because if HG, we take on F5 first, then we take on G5, and we claim that we have tremendous compensation, which is probably true, in particular, like after F6, we have Queen E3 with these types of mating ideas. I think we are actually delivering mate here as white. So I guess Jan is very much in control of this one, having won the first one with black.
Yeah. So I actually missed the Carson Giri game. So did Anish manage to win, right? In this?
No.
Okay.
Three draws, and Magnus looked promising in this one for a while, but then Anish, I think, found some very nice resources, and now I just assume he takes on F4 and it's a draw.
It's a draw. Right. Okay.
And then they will start playing. They will start playing the Blitz shortly thereafter.
Right, because draws all the way, right? So yeah.
So, but once again, important to know that this will not be a tiebreak for the entire quarter. I mean, it will be if Magnus wins it, but if Anish wins this tiebreak, there will be another tiebreak after that. So that's a bit weird. But that's the situation. And in the Wesley versus Tamor tiebreak, this is, I think, Blitz game 2. First one, I think, was drawn. So if this one is also a draw, there will be an Armageddon.
Okay.
I think this is us being up to date with this.
Now, Peter, can I ask you? Obviously, you took part in this competition, and very tough event. And obviously, it probably didn't go quite according to plan for you. No. Unfortunately. But how did you find it? And can we vote you back in? And now I expect you're going to say no, don't vote me back in, knowing you. But I want to vote you back in.
I mean, I would actually, I think my opening gambit there would be to just flat out say no, but it would be disrespectful to the efforts of the esteemed Mr. Dodgy, who is apparently, already he started a full-blown campaign on Twitter, #vote Svidler. I think his Twitter account currently reads Mr. Dodgy. I voted Svidler, and so should you. And
look, Peter, there's
and
one person not to upset. It's Mr. Dodgy.
yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
Like
so
I can't really go against our overlords. And I think everybody by this point accepts that Dodgy is everybody's overlord. So it's difficult for me to say what I normally would say in this spot, because that would be in direct conflict with Dodgy's campaign. But like, honestly, the way I played, I don't think I am anybody's choice to vote back in. All things like going back to half series for a second. I think of the people who didn't qualify, I think most people would be, desirous to see Alireza play again.
So people are not aware of this. Actually, there's a voting system where one of the players who got knocked out in the qualifying stages, that you can vote someone back in. So someone can be voted in for the next stage. And I suppose the consensus is that Alireza was a bit unfortunate and he played.
Yeah. There was a heartbreaking situation. He led the tournament. Not was just doing fine. He just flat out led the tournament with 3 to go or 2 to go, and lost both of his last 2 games, including a wide game against Lekwan in the last round to get dumped out on tie breaks. And I mean, he just played a fantastic tournament, and he actually left so much EV on the table as well. Like, he was completely winning against me, completely winning against Jan. So he could have had even more points than he ended up having. Yeah. So like, in terms of who of the 8 people not qualifying played the best tournament, I think there's absolutely no comparison. Yeah. I think you have to think it's Alireza.
I mean, is this how they want it to be judged, on the person who played the best or on the most popular? I'm wondering, because
no, they obviously want it to be judged on who Dodgy campaigns for, but like, what kind of a question is that? And in the meantime, Jan now has mate in 2 with bishop b6 and queen a7, so this one is over.
And Alireza, future world champion, do you think? Or too early to say?
Well, I mean, I think Alireza himself, I don't know if he was asked that question, but I think his answer, if he has any sense, would be, can we please stop having this conversation right now?
I'm sorry.
Because it's no. Yeah. We sort of should be having this conversation, but ideally it's not a conversation that Alireza needs to kind of hear, because we don't really want to put any kind of additional pressure on the young man. Yeah. He's doing quite well, without us trying to burden him with our expectations, but. I think it's like a consensus opinion by this point that he is the most exciting young talent, perhaps since Magnus himself. And I mean, he will be a tremendously successful player if you choose the bar there specifically as, does he become world champion, and if not, he's a flop. He might still flop as a chess player, but that's a bit of a high bar.
I mean, obviously, Peter, you've been one of the world's leading players for a long time. I mean, did you feel pressure, and a lot of pressure, when you were a junior? I mean, I think for Alireza it's exceptional because people are hyping him up, and we've got to remember he is a young man as well. But for yourself, how was the pressure playing chess, or was it just enjoyable?
And one sec, I just need to address something in chat, because famously, Hikaru did not know he had a second leg to come back in. No. And I apparently, even though I also played in that tournament, I also apparently don't know the regulations, because people are saying Magnus won the first day and the second day is 2-2, and that Anish actually doesn't get to play the tie breaks, because that's 1.5-1/2 in terms of sets, and that one is over. So I was completely wrong on that topic. So that's kind of relevant. I just want to get that in. Because it's important we don't lie about the format of the tournament we're covering.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
As for me, I never really felt that pressure, because I don't think I was, anybody's peak to be the next world champion at any point. And for me, it was a lot easier to, my approach to chess has always been, I love the game. I would like to play it better than, I would like my game tomorrow to be slightly stronger than my game yesterday. Yeah. So I was always like a proponent of gradual improvement, just enjoying chess, working on chess, just to get better, to enjoy working, and I never set myself any concrete goals. You can definitely make an argument that, because I never set myself any concrete goals, I did not attain any concrete goals apart from the ones I did attain. But
your eight times is correct Russian champion, right?
Mhm.
I mean, that's pretty cool. I don't know if "cool" is the right word, but that's quite a serious record you got.
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I'm a failure as a chess player, but we are talking specifically about this extremely high bar of somebody who has currently seemingly the hopes of the world pinned on him to be the I don't know, maybe not the next challenger because he's not in the cycle right now, so somebody else will play Magnus in the next match, but perhaps the match after that, people I think are already expecting Alireza to be the challenger in like 2022 or whenever the next cycle actually concludes with a match. That pressure never really was on me, and I was consciously actually working on not putting that pressure on myself pretty much at all points in my career. And it's questionable whether this was correct or not, but it's the way I felt was the most suitable to who I am as a person, and I don't really regret it.
No. Also, like to say hello to Gwaine Jones in the chat. So hello, Gwaine, and I'm going to ask you one final question. And I'm just thinking, Gwaine Jones, yourself, extremely talented players, and you've obviously met a lot of players, Peter. I mean, I don't know how you judge. Do you judge that there is talent? And if there is talent, can I ask you if there's like one person in your life who you could name as the most talented chess player, or does it not really work like that for you?
You mean among the people I've seen and played against?
Maybe people you played against, or no, rather than the Ali Ekins of the world and as such.
Well, I mean, I have played against starting from a certain generation. I played against pretty much everybody. So I assume you want a name that is not going to be on everybody's mind. Like if I tell you that the most talented player I played against was Garry Kasparov, like it's not going to be a huge shock. But yeah, I don't know if I can name anybody who wouldn't be on people's radar necessarily. There are some like I recently I gave a bit of a chess talk. And part of that talk was me showing a game I won against Alexei Dreyev in the Russian Championship in '97. And I remember Mark Dvoretsky at some point, I'm not sure which book that was, but he definitely in some of his books, he spoke about working with a very, very young Dreyev. And he said, in terms of just pure and natural gift, Dreyev should definitely be mentioned, in the same breath as, let's say, Kasparov. And that, I think, to a lot of people in the West would be an extremely weird statement to make, because I think Dreyev, in most people's minds these days, he's a coach. He's written some very nice books, and he is, obviously a very strong player, but he is not really in that conversation at all.
Yeah.
But Dvoretsky, who worked with him when he was like 14, was very adamant that, given perhaps slightly different life choices or, given slightly more luck at a certain juncture, in terms of just pure gift, Dreyev was like absolutely up there. So, I could mention that, but that's not really my take, because for me, he was always a giant of the game. I remember when I won my first game against him.
He's very good at arm wrestling as well.
He has an incredible party trick, which I don't know if he's ever done this in front of you.
Well,
he has this party trick.
I've had an arm wrestle with him at Gibraltar.
How'd you do?
I didn't do well.
Yeah,
he's incredibly strong.
He is strong. Yeah, and he also has this thing where he can lift like a normal dining room chair by one leg, which doesn't sound very difficult because it's not that heavy, but it's actually a matter of balance. And if you try doing that, it's surprisingly difficult if you don't know exactly what you're doing, because you're supposed to do it at a certain angle, and then it stabilizes. Otherwise, it's like it just wobbles and falls, and you can't do it.
I can see lots
So
of people breaking chairs as in the next 5 minutes, giving this a go. I was going to
yeah,
grab the chair and give it a go. So
yeah. I don't know how much of a family show this is, because we could go on about JF stories for a while.
well, I think this one's the alternative show, Peter. So I think we're allowed to
Yeah.
get away with a little bit of risky chat if you ever want to. If you want to do that.
I mean, some of them are really, really not suitable for human consumption, but probably the one that is the shortest and the one that I always felt was like the weirdest one was, I can't remember exactly what that tournament was, but that was the beginning of this millennium. Possibly it was the World Teams in Beersheba, but I won't really bet on that. So we won that tournament by beating the Chinese in the last round, and then everybody obviously celebrated. And when I went into the room where everybody was celebrating, everybody was already at least ever so slightly inebriated. And in the meantime, this is going to be a tiebreak, and Wesley, as a higher-rated player, I assume also chose black. So this is an Armageddon with Wesley needing a draw with the black pieces. So I enter this room where everybody is like happy and festive and drinking, and Alexei is sitting there, and he spots me coming in, and he says, "Peter, I want to tell you something." I say, "Go on." And he says, "You're a good chess player, Peter." I say, "Thank you." And he says, "But I have a feeling that, you know, there is still a lot of room for improvement. And I want to tell you how you are supposed to start improving. There is a very easy first step which you're missing in order for you to become an even stronger chess player." And I say, "Go on." And he says, "You appear to be faithful to your wife. This is a mistake." And
Wow.
and I didn't really know where it was supposed to go from there, so I kind of stayed silent and didn't really pick up that topic. And luckily for me, this was never, like, the topic never really came up again. But that's a conversation that kind of stayed with me.
I don't know if I'm going to ask too many details about this, not with yourself, but with other top players. But I wonder how that helps your elo. Is my first question, or you improve as a player.
But he was very insistent on the fact that I should be approaching life very differently.
Well, I really don't know what to make of that, but a great story. I'll ask you, the game's obviously started, so we're diving them soon, but one more question, which I thought was a good question. Earlier on, we were talking about British comedy, and I do want to ask you if you have a favourite British comedy.
My starting screen for the stream is me in front of the Faulty Towers, so that's an easy one.
There we go, 40 Towers. So yeah, good stuff. Well, brilliant. So we're learning a lot about chess and some other bits and bobs here as well, which is fantastic. And that's what the show's about in some ways. And well, the Armageddon game's on, and obviously it's all on this one game now. White has to win.
Taimur is doing something kind of strange, because I guess he wanted to not allow G3, G6, because he is playing a kind of a normal King's Indian attack via an extremely weird move order and also about 5 tempi down. And normally, if you want to play the King's Indian attack, of course, you play G3 here, but you would expect Wesley to just instantly choose G6 as a reply. And by starting with this E3, B3 and only switching to that later, he does get to play specifically more or less a King's Indian attack. But of course, Black is very happy about the fact that White, for instance, played E4 in 2 moves, not 1, and so on. But it's a playable position. I assume Black is. Well, hang on a second. White just resigns. What happened there?
Oh dear. Oh.
Whoa! You can't actually defend those rooks.
Oh my words! Just Queen takes F3 is just a massive blunder, right? So, I mean,
the game actually ended.
Yeah.
Before it could properly begin. Yeah, he could have taken with the bishop, and then the game would still be on. But he took with the queen, and now.
No.
He just cannot continue.
Queen C3. Both rooks are attacked. There's no way. Okay, he's playing on, but this is clearly not enough compensation.
Yeah, no, I mean there's none whatsoever. Like Knight H5. If you give White another 3 moves here, he will give mate. But yeah, nobody's going to. Nobody's going to allow that. Yeah, like G6, I guess, is safe enough. King H7, Rook G8 is safe enough. Rook C5 is fine. We are now just planning to just start taking things off the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this one is not long for this world.
I don't know if you saw the games yesterday. Obviously, you'll be busy playing and probably having a rest. But I was very impressed with Timur with the black pieces against Wesley yesterday. He played.
Yeah, that was fantastic. In particular, that second game with the knight c5, c5 shot, or knight d5, not knight c5, knight d5. That was extremely well played by Timur. Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate one, honestly, that this is going to be how it ends. Considering how well fought both sets were. Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, Wesley for some reason included King H7. He could have taken on H5 previous move as well. But yeah, I mean, Timur is continuing because you're kind of supposed to continue, but there's really nothing going on here at all. Yeah, Queen D3 and then Queen takes D1 is fine after Bishop takes H6. He didn't need to. I think he's planning to just take on E4 actually and give mate himself. It's very efficient. There's only one discovered check which does nothing. So.
Yeah. So we have Wesley is going to go through, and I think we're still waiting for Mvl versus Hikaru to start that game.
Hang on a second. Wasn't that the end? I thought that was the end.
Oh, it's the end. Okay, maybe I've missed. Sorry, what happened?
Let me check. I normally just check Twitter for those things, but I was pretty sure there was 2 Blitz games and then an Armageddon, and we've already watched the Armageddon.
Okay, I've lost track a little bit here. Sorry from going out. So Hikaru did actually qualify. Sorry, I took my eye off the ball there. So this is the last one, right?
Yeah, and Wesley actually took a repetition here instead of, for instance, in this position playing Bishop G6, which is really not a mistake. But why not take a repetition either? Yeah, it qualifies him for the second round. So I think we have Wesley playing against Hikaru in an All-American semifinal on the one side. And Magnus playing against Jan in the other semi.
Okay, so very interesting. I mean, I guess you must know Jan quite well. He's a very talented player, right, Jan? I mean, is he one of the most talented at the moment around? Would you say he seems that way? Some great ideas.
He's always been in that conversation, but I think only in the last 2 or 3 years he started taking chess a lot more seriously. He started doing a lot more work and kind of rededicated himself fully to the game because he did have and probably still does have a lot of hobbies outside of chess, but they are now hobbies when, at some point you could make a genuine argument for, it being a question, which one is the hobby?
Sure. So Hearthstone is a game that I don't know if Jan plays it, but you certainly enjoy it.
I think he sort of gave up on it a little bit. He might be playing Shadowlands now, though. I think he probably won't be able to resist doing some Shadowlands grinding.
Yeah. Good stuff. And yourself, you love Hearthstone. I see you sometimes stream it as well, right?
Yeah, I think what I did yesterday is I don't know if it has actually been done until I started doing it some time ago, which is sort of Hearthstone with some live diagrams inset in the corners and doing some live commentary as I provide extremely mediocre Hearthstone gameplay. So that's very enjoyable for me. I don't mind streaming it on its own. I'm not good, but I still enjoy doing it. But combining it with some chess is a format I really like because it allows me to kind of do both of the things I quite like at the same time.
Yeah, I mean we used to have this tournament on Sundays, which our friend sort of run, which I think you stream quite regularly. They kind of stopped now. But they were a lot of fun.
Yeah, they were good fun, and David also made a reference to that on the official stream, I think. And I don't know, I would like to use this opportunity to. I guess I didn't really realize, but David made a somewhat cryptic comment that he said when he was interviewing me for the official broadcast. He said, we played quite a bit of online blitz against you, Peter, which I thought was anonymous, but I guess it wasn't really all that anonymous. And I realized that on my stream, I always kind of, because I think my chat actually told me that was David.
Yeah.
He has a reasonably, like, he has an officially anonymous account on Lichess.
Right.
But and I didn't know who that was. But then I didn't even have to ask anybody because my chat immediately informed me that was David. And from that moment on, I would just say it was David on stream. And only after I heard him refer to that during the interview that I realized that I have perhaps done something which you are really not supposed to do, and that is, broadcast an anonymous account to my arguably not very large, but still not insignificant, to each audience. So if David hears this, I apologize. I did not really mean to dox you in any way.
I'm sure everyone will be okay. I think you weren't the only one who mentioned that. There was many others who knew it was David, especially people watching, spectators and stuff. But Peter, I would like to say, I mean, the action's obviously come to an end now, and we're probably gonna go and give someone a raid.
That sounds correct. Yeah.
I mean, and I would like to massively thank you. It's been a real honor to have you on, and hopefully we can do it again. I mean, it's been great, and it's nice now that we've got the technical stuff seems to be working, which is obviously always good. Massive thanks to everyone who is in the chat and who's been with us all the time in the chat. So thank you guys. Just to remind you, we are going to be back every day of this competition. So every single day we're going to be commentating different guests. Hopefully Peter's going to be back as well. So that's great. And there is a 50% sale at the GingerGM shop. So go to GingerGM, get your bargains in. It's that Black Friday thing we all talk about, so do that. And we're going to raid now. Any final words, Peter, before I give a raid?
I'm very, very happy with. I mean, we do have to. I mean, I do have to say that it would have been more enjoyable to cover the Blitz together with you. And it's unfortunate that we had the tech issues kind of bugging us for parts of this. But I'm very happy to have been part of this. I always really love talking to you, and hoping to do this again someday.
Definitely, it's been a pleasure as well for me. So I think we're going to do a little raid to Jabava, and
raiding Jabava is never a mistake. I've been doing a lot of that.
Let's do that, because he should have more viewers, Jabava, and he's one of the mavericks of the chess world, and he deserves a raid. So we're going to send you.
You just got raided by Chessweeb. This is like just such perfect timing. This always happens.
Thank you.
Happens.
Definitely. Thank you, Chessweeb, by the way. You're raiding, we're finishing, but it's appreciated. So Jabava gets double the raid. And again, thank you, Peter, and everyone else in the chat. We'll be back tomorrow. It's been a lot of fun today, and we're just going to get that raid going and say hello to Mr. James Blunder. See you all later.
Cheerio.
Okay.